share from our successes and our failures. And that's why we have a number of communities of practice, which goes across different sectors so that people from different jurisdictions and different PHNs and different areas can say, I was doing this, and so that you can really learn. And if people have made a fair bit of progress and someone's saying, oh, I think I might do this initiative, someone say, yeah, well, I've done that already, so why don't I share where I've got to? And this is a great thing about, I think, the area we work in. There's no proprietary about this. We all want to share, we all want to encourage one another because we all share the same agenda, the same goal of improving the physical health of people living with mental illness. So this morning is a little bit about converting this policy imperative or this national imperative and the policy of Equally Well and the policies across the states into action, because that's where there's so much slippage. There's lots of, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and there's lots of great intention, there's lots of great work happening, but sometimes converting that imperative into changes in practice and changes in people's lives, we struggle at that. That's something that we really don't do well. You know why? Because we're mostly mental health trained consultants, advocates, clinicians. We're not implementation scientists. So this morning we have, I think, a great panel of people who I believe, hand-chosen by Professor Roberts, who I believe has actually made a massive impact and have got a track record of doing just this. And I've got to say, there's a lot of policies, as you know, that are on the shelves where nothing's happened. In this case, for these four speakers, you can see tangible outcomes from what they've done. So just a brief introduction. We've got Carolyn White, who's working with Mind, which is an NGO, and also an Equally Well ambassador. Next to her, we have Trish O'Riordan, who's the Senior Policy Officer, probably a Director. You keep going, get promoted every time I turn around, Trish. From New South Wales Health, who's been leading a lot of the work around the New South Wales Health policy about improving the physical health of people with mental illness. We have Ruth Vine from the National Mental Health Commission, but also comes with, Ruth, decades of experience across many, many different settings of successful and impactful work. And Kat Goodwin from the assessments, Central Eastern Sydney PHN, and really the work that the PHN is doing is fantastic. So what we're trying to do this morning is people from very different contexts, from the NGO, from state government, from national government and PHN. And what we want to do is try and learn and glean from them some of the lessons that they've learned about turning the policy imperative or the policy intention into changes of practice and changes of outcomes for people. So what we're going to do is have about 2 or 3 minutes each where they're going to give some of the key first reflections on this, and then a bit of a panel work, and then we're going to provide a bit of time for maybe 15 minutes for question and answers for the panel at the end. So with no further ado, let's get started. So we'll just, I'm not very creative, we'll start with the person closest. So Carolyn, could you just give for 3 minutes a bit of a summary of your key insights about converting policy into practice?
For that, Russell. So I'm Carolyn White. I'm the Participation and Co-Design Manager at Mind Australia, and this is a designated lived experience role. So to this role I bring family and carer lived experience. So when it comes to physical health and promoting the physical health of people with mental ill health, that's a very personal issue to me because I've supported family members who are navigating various mental health and physical health systems, and I can see what happens when things go wrong. And so that's what drives a lot of the work that I do. So I think I was thinking about this converting policy to practice from a kind of journalistic kind of mindset. So, so the who, what, how, when and where kind of questions. So in my work, I often think about who's most affected by the issue that the policy relates to and who was involved in creating the policy in the first place. So were people with lived and living experience involved in the policy conversations and coming up with the policy solutions? And whose voices were missing? So that's a really important question because you can't apply something to a population without kind of tailoring it to the needs of that particular group of people in the context where they live. So thinking about the what as well, so it's kind of thinking beyond kind of behaviour and lifestyle. So individual people can certainly take action to support their health and well-being, but if we want to make a real change in terms of promoting physical health, we need to be addressing the social determinants of health. So thinking about kind of, we talked yesterday about things like poverty, things like racism, things like food insecurity are all really key issues that we can't ignore. So when it comes to the what, we can maximise our return on investment by doing both. So supporting individuals, but also addressing some of those social determinants. So a couple of examples of how we've done that is like when we're organising catering, for example, for a group program, then getting a social enterprise to do that catering for us so that the money that we're spending is not only benefiting the participants, but it's benefiting the people in that social enterprise. So it might be people with disability, or it might be a Indigenous-led organisation. Or it might be kind of engaging peer workers so that we're providing employment opportunities as well as interventions to support individuals with their physical health. So in terms of the how, we really need to listen to lived experience and also practitioner wisdom. So Felice mentioned before that a focus on body weight can contribute to stigma, and that's something that I've done a lot of work in. And it also focuses on something that's really difficult to change. But policies still kind of recommend BMI measurement and waist circumference and things like that. So at the two kind of equally well symposiums that we've had previously, Caro Swanson from New Zealand, made comment around how regular girth measurement does nothing for her mental health. So we need to be thinking about how we do that. So yesterday we spoke about human rights, and one of the things that came up is the right to body autonomy. So thinking about kind of, okay, so if we have to do waist circumference and BMI, then thinking about asking the person for their consent to do those and making sure that they're informed about why we're doing that. Providing a private space to do that, and also asking the person whether they want to know the numbers or not. Because for people with an eating disorder, that can send them into a spiral that is not helpful for their recovery. And we might also kind of provide options for people. So as well as the standard kind of recommendations, thinking about kind of size inclusive advice that focuses more on the activities and behaviours that people can do within the context of their lives. We talked yesterday in my session about kind of when to introduce these kind of conversations. So what we've learned from our lived experience advisory team is that it's not the first conversation that you have with a person. You need to have built some rapport with the person and have a trusting relationship before you start conversations about physical health. We need to recognise that people might have other priorities. So they might be worried about kind of where they're going to sleep that night, or if they're going to have enough money to put food on the table. So thinking about kind of what their priorities are, and then if they don't want to address things now, then thinking about kind of revisiting that conversation later down the track. And if a person doesn't want to kind of act specifically on their physical health, then think about what can we do more broadly to create an environment that supports people to do things that support their physical health. So for example, at one of our prevention and recovery care centres, I visited one day and they had bikes there, which is fantastic, but the tyres were flat, so they couldn't be used. So making sure that what we provide is able to be used. So in terms of kind of where, start with the places that you can touch. So it's a big issue. We can't do everything. So start in, your own environment. And as Russell says, kind of do what you can, where you can, and when you can. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks, Carolyn. Jackson from Community Development talks about you have to start at point of felt need. You don't go on what you want, you have to go on, so what does the person that you're working with, where is their need and where do they want to go? So thank you. Trish, one of the lessons for me as a sort of a professor in leadership is about the importance of endurance and building a reputation and a perseverance and in the sector, and that only comes with time. And I don't know how long, but at least 20 years you've been working, establishing a magnificent reputation and for delivering and being a great conduit. So I'm really interested in, and I think that's been evident in the fantastic work that's happening in New South Wales at the moment. So really interested in some of your reflections on how you've been successful.
Thanks, Russell, and thanks for the invite to talk here today, because it did give me the opportunity to reflect a little bit on the way we went about implementing the New South Wales Health Guidelines, but also I think on policy more broadly, how we go about implementing it, how we make sense of it so that when it lands on the ground, it's something that's meaningful, doable, and something that locally is owned and accepted. There are a few things I think when I went through that I learned from particularly the implementation of the physical healthcare guidelines, because there are many doors that our clients have to walk through in order to get the kind of care that they need in this space. The first thing I learned, and I think I'm echoing a little bit of what you say, so my apologies, but that listening is invaluable. We can't design, write, do anything without hearing from the people, and we heard the Minister even talk to that this morning, the bravery it takes to tell your story. And it's not enough to just acknowledge it, we need to act on it. So listening is invaluable, and it makes us all the more richer when we're able to put into practice things that people have told us does not work. Well, we won't put that into practice, right? I got that wrong, but we put into practice the things that will work for people. And so going forward, I think for our policy, our guidelines will be coming up for review soon. One of the things we'll be holding very dear will be the need to kind of make sure that anything we write is informed by the people for whom we are serving. The other thing I would add to that, though, is that we need to be honest and keep people informed. So one of the big lessons from me from working through not just this set of guidelines, but other ones, was the realization that I wasn't always upfront with people when I was bringing them on board to design or co-produce a policy or an implementation guideline. So you have to be able to be upfront with people from the very beginning and know what you're asking of them, explain why that is, and keep them informed along the way. Some decisions will be made before you even set foot in the room, and acknowledging those and telling people what they are is a powerful way to take it forward. And that might be for legal reasons, it might be ministerial reasons, it might be funding and resource. It's not to be exclusive, but it's just about being clear. Are you co-producing? Are you consulting? Are you co-designing? What is the aim of bringing people on board and hearing their stories? I think it was one of the learnings for me was learning to be, and it sounds kind of very simplistic to say this, but learning to be flexible when somebody came up with a much better idea than the one I thought I had. It's really important, right? We just have to let go of stuff sometimes and go, you know what, that is a better way of doing things, and therefore I should. The other lesson that came out from it, particular to the physical healthcare guidelines, is that partnerships are pivotal, and we need to use the power of partnerships if we really are to make change. I think for me, in mental health, a lot of ownership fell to mental health services to deliver on the product that we put out there. When in fact we know, when you're looking at complex chronic illnesses, when you're looking at people who may be diagnosed with oral cancer or other types of cancers, you need more than a mental health service to deliver. So not just looking for one solution, but really knowing that there's power in leveraging off the partnerships and really using them to their maximum benefit. And then I think the last thing that was a bit of a learning for me was that one size won't fit all. And I learned that a little bit from the work that Jackie and the Commission showed us earlier this morning. You can often design a policy and it can be very, straight, up and down, narrow in its remit. But that's not the real world. People's lives are very different. People come from different cultures, different backgrounds, different groups, and therefore they will have different needs. So our policies need to be more adaptable, they need to be more flexible, and we need to acknowledge that one size won't fit all. They were probably my key reflections, Russell.
No, that's great, Trish. And I know we talk a lot about the partnership and lived experience, experts by experience. And as with my rural hat, we talk about place-based expertise as well. And that's what you're talking about. That what might work in inner metro Sydney might not work at the back of Dubbo or Burke or something. So once again, partnering with those who have the place-based expertise is actually critical. So thanks for highlighting that. Ruth, from your varied perspectives.
Thank you, and I'm going to try very hard not to repeat what we've heard already, which of course I absolutely agree with. But I guess when I'm sort of thinking about how you put policy into practice, there are some key things that can be both enablers and blockers. And those key things, I think, are people, dollars, and systems. And I thought maybe I'd give a couple of examples. The first one I'm going to give is from way back when I was working in clinical mental health services. We had the opportunity, we had a little bit of extra money, and we employed an enrolled nurse to proactively engage with our local public dentist to make available a couple of sessions a week for our patient cohort. Now, some of those people had actually never seen a dentist, which is appalling, but I'll give a call out right now that I think dental health is absolutely critical as part of our physical and mental health. And so anyway, it worked. We had an engaged dentist. We had a specific resource through this enrolled nurse who really got on well with our clients, our folk, and assertively assisted them to get there, and they were, that it worked. But in order for that to work and keep working, we'd actually needed to keep having the resource. We needed to keep having the relationship with the public dentist, and a willingness on their part to give us really prominent access to the chair, and we needed the systems and recording in place. So that's just a little example. The other example I thought I'd give, which is a much broader one and may link to PHN work too, there is an overarching policy of this government around equity of access and probably equity of outcomes. And we know that that's really hard to achieve. And one of the things that we learnt when we were doing an evaluation of better access was that there was not equity. There was not equity of access. There were differential workforce things. There were differential affordability aspects, and there were, very different outcomes as well. And two responses to that, which I think are really important to note, and we need to watch. One was to continue with the establishment of a free access, multidisciplinary model of care, which is just unfolding. And I have to say, COVID helped us a lot with that. It was a really great time to experiment. But the Head to Health centres, which we're delivering through the PHNs, promoted part of that. But the other part, which I think is really critical, is that there was also engagement through government and through budget processes to change some of the MBS items to encourage and make more viable bulk billing for particular patient cohorts, for particular presentations. Now, that's the sort of thing that takes a sustained will. It certainly takes dollars, and it absolutely takes an availability of the right workforce, an availability of the right leadership and governance, and indeed a close monitoring of outcomes and value for money. So I think, you mentioned decades, Russell, and it is of course true that it has been decades, but through that decades I have seen some great policies that have been able to be put in practice. But I think sustainability and generalisability, so it's not just in one patch, are just so hard to achieve without really, really strong leadership. And all the things that both Tricia and Carolyn have talked about in terms of partnership and engagement and communication.
Fantastic. What I've heard there is that the importance of having the right people, having the resources, including the money, of course, and the workforce, and also having the relationship, and then the systems, which sort of brings all of those things together. And then that's underpinned by sustainability and feasibility. So, wow, what a great summary. Kat, very different environment, a very new environment, and at Central Eastern Sydney PHN, you guys are doing fantastic work across so many areas, and already I've seen that you're echoing some of the things that Caroline, Trish and Ruth have said about the resources, the dollars, the partnerships and listening. So really interested in the work that you're doing. There's so much new work, and your learnings and your insights from all of the projects you've been doing across assessment.
Thanks, Russell. I thought I'd talk a little bit about what we're doing and what are some potential next steps in this space. So primary health networks are funded to improve access and the quality of primary care services, and in particular for people who typically miss out, so more vulnerable members of communities or communities that are hardly reached by primary health care like GPs and allied health professionals. So within In addressing the physical health of people who live with mental illness in this space, one of our main levers for moving policy into practice is our commissioning of mental health services. So within our funding parameters, we've been able to do this in a variety of ways. At the very start of the process, when we tender for services and we put out our specifications, we will ask providers, how will this service meet the physical health and wellbeing needs of people in the program? It may not be the core purpose of the program, but we ask that, and it's one of the key selection criteria for procuring providers. And then once we have services up and running, they've gone through co-design, they're based on evidence-based practice, and we will ensure that they adhere to the latest guidelines. So in particular, the New South Wales Health Guidelines for physical health for people living with mental illness is a key one. And we'll ensure that it has tools and resources built in. One that we roll out across our programs is the NEMI National Health Prompt to make sure there is that routine assessment. We also really do focus on funding integrated models of care, so ones that get general practice and hospitals working together, that interface of primary and tertiary services working together. An example of this is the GP shared care programs that our local health district partners run. We support funding and partnership to that. So that sees GPs working in a collaborative relationship with community mental health teams as part of the overall support around a person. And we also do quite a bit of workforce development, so education, quality improvement initiatives, guidelines, and we partner with experts in the sector to do that. In terms of where to next, there is opportunity for PHNs to amplify what we do in this space, and in particular, I think outcome measurement is the opportunity. So at this point in time, to look and see if a program is successful, that's based off improvement in mental health, outputs of service delivery, people, client and patient consumer rated measures of what they think of the program and didn't benefit them. But I think we could move to outcome measurements around addressing physical health and wellbeing, and I think that could really shift practice in this space. We're very interested in funding more integrated models of care like Head to Health, where people can come and have their health, their social, their physical health, their mental health needs all met in the one place in a really seamless and accessible way. So we're interested in building upon those models of care. And we're interested in coming together as PHNs. So you mentioned scalability and generalisability. We are funded for local solutions, but we recognise that coming together and rolling out broader approaches is of benefit. So in New South Wales, the PHNs are coming together and we're reviewing what we're doing in this space and looking for areas where we can work together to increase what we can do. So that's actively underway right now.
Great. You know, we're all friends here, and I think it's great to talk about the principles, but sometimes the best learning, which we really focus on in equally well communities of practice, is what are the landmines that you need to avoid? Because you step on a landmine, that can completely disrail a program. There's 12 months down the tube, or damage a lot of the people who are not going to come back and participate. So I know for myself, one of my early learnings as a mental health director out Western New South Wales, turning up to a regional assembly at Burke and getting smashed by the local working party, and then getting some advice from some of our Aboriginal folks like, you need us sitting on the side. So then I went to the next one, and I'm endorsed by the community. I've got 2 Aboriginal women sitting next to me, and it was a much better experience, I've got to say, because it's getting the endorsement of the people with credibility, rather than me, a white bread blow-in, who's new to the community, only as a director 1 year in. These are people who have been in the community for so gives you some credibility by association. So for me, I really learnt the importance of getting alongside the local experts and authorities and respected people and getting them alongside and being clear that this is a partnership. So that was one of the landmines I stepped on, and I was young enough and stupid enough to be resilient and come back into it again. But that was one of my lessons. I'd be interested from the panel of any of the missteps that you think might be helpful to share for all of that, the rest of us who are still looking to implement policies. Any war stories, battle stories?
I'll go first. I think that's really interesting. When we were doing the physical healthcare guidelines, smoking cessation was a big area. And I would say that I very quickly attached myself to Jackie and her team because that gave me credibility. Nonetheless, smoking was a big issue for us, and we weren't having much success in reducing smoking rates, particularly for people who came into our care smoking and how we managed it. So I decided I'd get on the phone one day and talk directly to our colleagues, whom I hoped were our colleagues. They still are now, but there was a rough patch there, and talk about, really I think I went in with the approach I was demanding. I was demanding that they stood up to their, service delivery. I was demanding that they did more for us. I was pointing out to them. They raised the point with me that there was some anxiety, and I think we would all be familiar with this, around going into a mental health inpatient unit. That discrimination kind of came forward. And my rejoinder back to them was, so you're telling me you have people that work for you who can support 1 in 5 of the population. And it was a shutdown. That's the truth. It was just a complete clam up on their part. I came away thinking, I don't feel good about that. I didn't achieve anything. And I had to really roll my way back in very slowly. And actually, what I did was I put some other people forward and let them kind of mellow the feels and go, yeah, she can be a bit cranky, she can get a bit off, we'll manage her. But it was a good lesson. It was a good lesson, right? Because I needed them. Same way when we do policy, we can write the best policy and the best words ever. But unless we have people like you out there who can do it and who are willing to come along and do it, implement it, they're just words on paper. So you do have to take that step into the real world and be a bit real and, I suppose, be a bit kind of flexible and adaptive, give and take, rather than what I did, which was demand, insist, and just point out the flaws.
Great, thanks, Trish. Any others? Ruth?
I just, maybe to add to that, I think what your reflection, Russell, was know who you need to engage with before you take the steps. And I think that, Trish, you're saying that too. And I guess in the course of my career, I have at times felt that, right was on my side without necessarily thinking that other people don't have the same view and that there are industrial implications. And if you try and do things without engaging industrially when you're working with workforce, and particularly when you're working with a workforce under pressure, if you don't have your rationale right and you don't have your engagement right, you will fail because that will just block. And I certainly experienced that. And the other thing I'd say is sometimes you can be very opportunistic. And again, a recent example, 2 recent examples of that for me. One was during COVID when we had the opportunity in Victoria to do the pop-up, what were then called head-to-help clinics. It was opportunistic. We could get money. We could get the people. We had the PHNs. We had a great PHN leader in Elizabeth Devaney, who was our Southeast Metropolitan PHN leader then, and we could just do it. So it's sort of being opportunistic as well as thinking who you need. And perhaps another example, again, from my career is working in forensic health. If you don't, and particularly important for physical health and mental health, if you don't engage with the other practitioners who work in a given system, again, it won't work. And again, I'm thinking of working with some fantastic general practitioners who worked in prison settings, under the pump all the time, lots of system barriers, but in the end, we got a really good result in a more cohesive model, but there were blocks along the way.
Kat, you've put in so many different innovations. You must have experiences of things that have gone not as well as some of the other projects.
Probably unsurprisingly, I think when things go wrong, it's when we rush in. So often we might have an underspend or some last minute funding, you need to commit it quickly. It's not the time to innovate, it's not the time to try something new. So we have had instances where, procured some services and maybe they weren't supported and networked enough to work with people who are living with more severe and complex mental illnesses. So things kind of fell apart is one lesson I think about in terms of rushing in. But mostly with good planning and good partnership and good expertise, things can be worked through, I find, yeah.
And Carolyn, did you have any, or you?
Yeah, I think I've got a couple. So I suppose, I was working in a community health service and doing a project around how to support the community around issues to do with body weight. And at that time, I'd always grown up in a smaller body and I was just like, okay, it's easy. All you need to do is eat well and move more. And piece of cake. And so it wasn't until I started talking to the dietitians and like at the time, I think I was reading that Sweet Poison book, which was written by a lawyer and things like that. And they're rolling their eyes, just going, what on earth are you doing? Listen to us. So I think like the lessons in that for me were kind of challenge your own biases and also, you know, consult people who really understand the topic that you're dealing with to fill in the gaps in your understanding. I think that was really key for me. And I think the other thing I was thinking in relation to your comments, Tricia, was it doesn't stop with co-design. So I think one of the challenges that I've been dealing with in my practice is we put a lot of energy and effort into co-designing a new product or an approach or a service, but then it's developed and we've got a product or a service, but then it stops and we move on to the next project. But I think we need to build in time and resourcing into making sure that that product or service is actually fully implemented in the services and training up the staff who are kind of going to be responsible for delivering it and providing that ongoing kind of practice support as well. So a couple of things for me.
Oh, that's a great point. I remember before we even got Equally Well started, Peggy Brown, who was a commissioner then, said to us, well, it's 2 years to get it started, to implement it, and 10 years to get it consolidated. And that was about 7 years ago. It's so true. Like the time it takes, it just does take time. It doesn't stop with the design and the consultation. It starts. That's the beginning of the beginning. 2 years down the track, it's the end of the beginning. So now we've got opportunities for a few questions and for people to share their perceptions for the next 10 or 15 minutes. So I'll just open it up to any questions from the panel from the floor. And we might need a mic runner. Sonia, who's going to run the mic. Can we get this one live? We've got one at the back. Oh, the joy of youth to actually be able to run with a microphone.
Thanks. Thanks for those reflections. I think it's really great to hear those kind of high-level thoughts about, well, what works and what doesn't work. I wondered whether people on the panel had some examples of where they feel like they've had some success in terms of implementation in practice of physical health, practice improvement.
Anyone? I know you all have.
I'm happy to go if you like. So yesterday, Lauren and I presented some of the work that we've been doing at Mind Australia to introduce a physical health tool and to support staff to have conversations with their the clients that they work with around physical health. So I think we've seen since the introduction of a co-design tool, we've seen an increase. It's not a substantial increase at this stage, but there has been more conversations had around physical health, and so that's a really great starting point. And now we need to kind of build on that by kind of exploring with people ideas that, to put some of those physical health type approaches into to action to support people to take action in their own life based on what's important to them and the resources that are available to them.
And Trish, I know you've had massive success. I needed to correct Professor Curtis's presentation this morning. She missed out an important part in her timeline. In 2008, she came out to Dubbo and ran a one-day workshop improving the physical health of people with mental illness in Dubbo. So that was part of all of the other stuff that Jackie did with local health services for the decades before. She became a world superstar, but really working locally. But also part of that success of what's happened in New South Wales. That was 2008, and that was really when we were just sort of getting going in that. So I'd be really interested in the success that New South Wales have had in the partnership with Keeping Body in Mind and also through the LHDs.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. I don't think I would say they're my successes, because they're not. But it was surrounding myself with the right people, or being surrounded by the right people. So much of the work that happens in New South Wales happens in pockets of great practice from very committed people who are there to make a change. So I could call out a few things like where they've had success with smoking cessation, which I mentioned earlier, with getting gym equipment into places so people could exercise easier and quicker. We've done some work over at Macquarie around improving food and the quality of food, all at the lens of, improving physical health care. But really it is about the people and the power that's in what I said earlier, those power in partnerships and using them well, and the power in the people, giving them the go-ahead to go and fly. So they wouldn't be my successes, they really would be successes that have landed in services, yeah.
And I think it's also appropriate now, again, to acknowledge David Pearce, who in fact gave one of the keynotes in November 2015 when we were developing the consensus statement, when we had the consensus workshop. And he was the director of New South Wales Mental Health for a long period of time. And really, that's when we talk about authorising environment, we talk about place-based expertise, but we also talk about the executives. We also talk about lived experience. We also talk about research. So it's really acknowledgement to David and his leadership.
Look, it is really hard, isn't it, to think about successes that have been sustained and measurable. I mean, I think the whole, the policy, if you like, of not having smoking in lots of areas was really, really hard to implement, particularly, I think, in mental health units and often quite fraught. But nonetheless, that persistence and that engagement and working with people, I think, got there. I think there is also, the other thing I'd say, Russell, and perhaps, it's a reflection on that equally well has been around for a while and that it is in people's minds that there are different morbidity and mortality outcomes for those with mental illness compared with the general population, that there is a greater recognition of that. And I think that has been reflected in some of the MBS changes that have been introduced in terms of more coordinated care, longer bulk billing sessions, particular availability of different things. But even those, we've still got to measure the outcome. We've still got to measure an outcome over a longer period of time that says it is making a difference. So I think we're doing a lot of good things on a lot of fronts, and I certainly think there's awareness and knowledge, and I'd like to think that some of those policy delivery into practice will make a difference. But I'd still say persistence. We've just got to keep on at it.
No, spot on. I know it's great that we've got a number of GPs here at the conference this year. Kat, this is one of your mandates, is connecting with GPs, and I know you've done some great successful work there. Maybe give an example of one of those GP programs.
I can speak briefly to one that comes to mind, but I believe our friends from South East Sydney Health District are presenting on it this afternoon or tomorrow, so I won't give too much away. But it kind of goes to what you said, Russell, about go to where there's need. And they approached us and said, we have people in our clozapine clinic who really could be supported in primary healthcare by GPs, but GPs aren't trained up in prescribing clozapine and don't have the support to do it. And are you interested in working with us to help us with that? And we were like, yes, we can. So we contributed funding and partnership support to support that service to link into general practitioners and get people into more sustainable and the right level of care. So that's one example. And all credit to them. The will was there, the interest was there. They just needed some additional resources and linkages, really, to just get it off the ground. Undertook a really fantastic co-design process. So you'll hear more about that later today.
Great point. Yes.
I've just thought of a couple of things. So I think sometimes you don't see the outcomes immediately, you see them down the track. So I don't mean to single Dave out, but a few years ago, well, quite a few years ago now, we worked together on a project called Framework for Inclusion, which was about kind of supporting people with mental ill health to access the physical health services offered by the community health service. So at the time we employed Dave as a consumer consultant who worked on some resources for staff, and so that was the first time that community health organisation had employed a consumer consultant. And so to see Dave now kind of co-chair of Equally Well, it's a real kind of testament to investing in lived experience and growing that lived experience leadership. So so well done, Dave. I can't take full responsibility for that, but I think I had a part to play in that, and I think some of the projects that we did back then are now being kind of rolled out in other community health services and having a much bigger impact. So, yeah, what you invest now will reap rewards later on.
I think that's a great point in the persistence. And now occasionally I go to the gym and one of the songs I hate is I get down but I get up again. No one's ever going to keep me down. But this is part of the journey for all of us. If you want to be successful, you're going to get knocked down a number of times. But look what happens over almost a decade, that you develop your leadership by the failures and the knocks, etc. And you develop, and you can't do it without that. So that's that persistence that we were talking about as well. We've got a couple of questions here. This one was first, and then this one next.
Thank you. I've got a question. I'm a clinician working with a community team that we're quite enthusiastic about trying to do all of this. But there seems to be, at my level, I've never done research before, I can sit and see all of this and do all these amazing things that are happening. But I think, well, I've probably got to get the data on my team and I probably should do a little bit of qualitative and quantitative stuff. And I thought, I don't quite know where to start. Is there somewhere, or is equally well bringing in somewhere that provides some mentorship or some resources or some way to access those of us that are really keen on this but don't know where to start? Because what I keep hearing is there's really good programs, but we should have some research basis or we should be doing some evaluation. Sitting in the community trying to do it is actually hard. So that's my question is there stuff coming, or how can I access something? Or how can others in the room access that?
Well, first I'll throw to the panel about the issue of working in community teams, to when there's not many resources and there's some enthusiasm, but there's a need for guidance and leadership. Any experiences of how you've dealt with that and working with teams?
So I said earlier I was very fortunate to be surrounded by good people. We have a working group that lead the implementation of the New South Wales guidelines. And part of what they did was they set up a kind of a resource link portal. I'm not so sure if it addresses your specific question around the evidence, because we know the evidence for these programs is there, and we know the evidence around the poor outcomes for people with mental illness is well established. So we don't need to repeat that. But what they have done is they've put up programs where they've had successes, and written them up in such a way that anybody, whether they're in a community, whether they're in an inpatient setting, whether they're in a CMO, can pick it up and adapt it for their particular local needs. Research-led initiatives, it's probably not my best area to answer on, I'm not going to lie, but I do think it's an area that would be quite interesting for us to be pursuing as we look forward into the future. Yeah.
If I could add, and I don't have an answer to your question in terms of mentoring and availability, but I do think, so I'm working with the National Mental Health Commission at the moment. One of our jobs is around monitoring and accountability. One of those jobs is therefore looking at evaluation of services and the improvements that have been made. And again, I think without being too Pollyanna-ish or optimistic about things, there is a real awareness that we need to be evaluating and critically evaluating systems and services that are in place. But you need the data, you need the systems, and you need the engagement of the workforce. So I'm sure there are resources out there. I don't think I know about them, but I'm sure other people in this room do. And I would really encourage you to keep that interest, because getting service provider and clinician input, as well as service user, consumer carer input, is what makes evaluation much, much stronger than just the utilisation data.
I think it's a great point. And actually, I think what you've raised is a bit of a gap in mental health, which is the mentorship and the leadership training. Most people who are leaders in mental health are people who forgot to step backwards when they asked for volunteers. They're mental health clinicians. They don't have training in management. They don't have training in leadership, and so they just step up out of a esprit de corps. So I think it's a real gap. Jackie's got a hand up, I think, to contribute. Sonia, if you could jog across the aisle. But that's a great point. It's something certainly we'll be looking at trying to develop equally well, like the leadership, mentorship sort of portal or community of practice. But I'll respond to your other question after Jackie's had a response.
I'm just responding specifically to your question. It's a really good one. In Mind Gardens, we actually have a structured approach to what you're asking, which is called Mind Labs, and it's actually, you're very welcome to reach out to us to help support exactly what you're asking. So the research, the quality improvement on this topic. So we've really built some expertise around that. We're working with people around the state at this point, but it's a national organisation. So please feel free to reach out. That applies to everyone, because actually those first steps and building what you need to develop some quality improvement, even an idea and how to go about that is what we've been doing for the last while. So the team are here. You're welcome to talk to them at the next break. Thank you.
We'll come to you in a sec. We've got a question down the front, and I'll finish responding to this, put an ad in for Ruth. When I was overseas, I came across the leaders of the Bevan Commission, which is, Bevan is the person who's created the NHS in the UK. And this Bevan Commission is actually about identifying leaders and taking them through the process, a one-year process of these sorts of projects, practice improvement projects, and that's all they do. And interesting, almost today, I think, they invited me to come back. They've appropriated our name. They had a session called Equally Well. They said, oh, it'd be lovely if you could come across to that. And I'd love to, but... so this is something we could possibly think about in Australia, a national thing to identify key people to support them to implement practice improvement. On the other aspect of that, tomorrow we're going to talk about our national scan of initiatives, and that's just not to measure progress. It's also to get a description of the project, whether there's evaluation behind it, and also the contact details of people who are behind that project, so that you can reach out and say, we're thinking of doing this, can you help us? And so we're setting up the website so you can filter that by, like, is it adult or is it children? Is it weight or is it everything? Is it smoking? So you can filter and you go, okay, here's Kat Goodwin in Cessman who've done this, and here's the number, and you can talk to them, here's a description. So we're just, I think, Lee, there's a file in the satchel with links, and I think we're finalising some of the architecture of that, but it is functional at the moment and we will improve it quite a bit. And that's part of that process that might be helpful. There's some, and I don't think you have to evaluate every project. If someone has already done it and the research is there, because it's hard for clinicians to do research, it's quite a whole different additional demand on already overworked clinicians. I think we're struggling for time, so we just need this question and then the last one back here, and then we need to come for final statements. Yes, please.
I'm hearing a lot of...
Just the microphone up.
Oh, sorry. I'm hearing a lot of talking about the domains of well-being and how we need to address food insecurity or healthy food insecurity and housing insecurity. But something that I've experienced since our disasters and co-occurring pandemics is medication insecurity, and how that affects where we are, especially when we're isolated. And so, for instance, diabetic medications became rather thin on the ground, and there was a lot of flow-on effect to more medications becoming much harder to get hold of. I'm also regional, so I can't pharmacy shop as readily as a lot of people might be able to. So one of the expressions of that insecurity was disordered eating thoughts. And my first place of call was to go to my GP and say, I'm having these thoughts. I'm very troubled by this. I've been here before. I don't want to go back. And he's just said, oh, well, just change what you're thinking about. I'm like, so is there any... Think a happy thought. Is there any way that that this sort of insecurity is also being looked at as part of the domains of well-being? Because it's not just diabetic medications. I know that hydrocortisone was hard to get hold of for a while. Targan was hard to get hold of for a while. And you know, if we're not addressing people's thoughts around food because they can't get the medication they need, or thoughts around, you know, whether or not their adrenals are going to not go into crisis, or their pain is going to go through the roof. These insecurities are very poorly met.
I might ask Ruth to respond to that very briefly, but then also put Professor Amanda Wheeler. We're having a session this afternoon on medication, so I think that's a perfect place to discuss that in more detail with all the medication experts. But we'll get Ruth, if you could just briefly respond, because I'm just conscious of the time, but it's a really important issue and we need to give it more time. Okay, thanks from the college. We'll deal with the question later because of the time, so thanks for that. We've got 3 minutes to sort of do your final statements. So for the people here who are thinking about doing something, somewhere, sometime and when, what would your one piece of advice be in terms of trying to translate the intention into action? So one closing statement for people to take away. What's your term, Catherine? On the bus or on the train or on the plane to have in their minds. So we might go the opposite way this time, and so we might start with you, Kat. The one piece of advice you give people about trying to convert policy into change in practice.
I think people are really happy to share their expertise and experience. So find that person who you see is doing something you want to do and doing it well, and reach out to them, and you'll be surprised they will support and partner, and talk to your local primary health network if you want support to do that and find those people.
But I think be mindful of the place, the system, the area in which you work. Be opportunistic. You know, if an opportunity arises, grab it and work out who your best friends are going to be and who you're going to need to engage.
Perfect. Thanks, Ruth.
I would probably say be willing to share what's imperfect. Yeah, don't wait for the perfect.
Yeah. And Caroline?
I think I like to think about evidence-based practice as the policy context, the research evidence, clinical expertise and practitioner expertise, and also the values and circumstances of people with lived experience. So I think, you know, find out kind of what you already have that you can use, and then where the gaps are, and start there. So don't overcomplicate it. I think starting with a conversation, as Catherine said, is a great place to start.
Well, I don't think there's anything more that I can add other than to say thank you to Catherine Goodwin, to Ruth Fine, to Trish O'Riordan and Carolyn White, and can we all join and thank them?
Scientia?
Yeah, Scientia.
Scientia? Oh, shit. You wouldn't happen to be an expert on obscure professorial titles? Scientia? Science? Russell doesn't know.
Oh, he doesn't.
No.
Where is he? Ask the man himself.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Russell, for chairing that really informative panel. Some great insights and great wisdom that we can take home with us. Next up, we've got Simon Rosenbaum from the University of New South Wales, talking to us about imagining the mental health workforce of the future. So taking lessons from humanitarian contexts. Simon is a senior associate professor in the Faculty of Medicine and Health, Discipline of Psychiatry and Mental Health, University of New South Wales, Sydney. Simon's research focuses on physical activity and mental illness with a focus on populations exposed to trauma. Simon's published over 250 peer-reviewed publications on exercise and mental illness, and is the president of the Australasian Society for Traumatic Stress Studies and co-chair of the Olympic Refuge Foundation's think tank on sport and displacement settings. Simon was previously a mental health officer with the United Nations in Bangladesh as part of the Rohingya refugee response, and he has developed workshops in over 25 countries. Please welcome Simon Rosenbaum. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I realise that I've got about 15 minutes before lunch, so everyone's going to be waiting to get outside, so I'll try and keep this very, very quick. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land, the Gadigal and Bidjigal people, and pay my respects to any First Nations people here or online. I'd also just like to acknowledge diversity of knowledge and where knowledge comes from, and in particular lived experience voice, and I think it's been amazing but equally well to see that transition over time and how that's been prioritised, and it's definitely had a big impact on the work that we've done as well. So that what I'm going to share today is my knowledge through experience, not through lived experience. Sorry, through training is what I mean to say. Okay, so the workforce of the future. Just one thing that I want to pick up on, I'm not talking about physical health today. I'm talking about physical activity, but I'm not talking about physical health. And I'm going to hopefully convince you of all the other benefits that we can offer. And there's been a lot of talk around social determinants, around poverty, around how these sorts of approaches can actually influence and have an impact in that side of things as well, even in some of the poorest and most poorly resourced settings in the world. So my background, I'm an exercise physiologist. The word exercise appears, I think, once in this whole presentation. I'm not going to use it. So the other thing that I really want to stress is that I'm not here putting an individual lens on things, saying that it's people's fault that their lifestyle is poor. That's absolutely not what we're saying. We're saying that we're failing to provide the systems, the structures, the supports that can actually help people who need it the most to benefit from these sorts of interventions. So my background is as an exercise physiologist. I've spent the last 4 or 5 years focusing on refugee populations and contexts, mostly in situations around the world. As part of the Ukraine response, I've been working in Moldova and Poland, running workshops there. I did a contract in northeast Nigeria remotely with the United Nations, and been also working in Bangladesh with the Rohingya response, and I'll share a little bit about all of that work. This photo was taken a week ago in Bangladesh, and Gulsha Kurt, who's a postdoc working with us, is up the back, where we were working with clinical psychologists working in the world's biggest refugee camp. And I'll share a little bit about how that works and why sport, why physical activity, because it might sound a little bit bizarre. Okay. While that's waiting, my first slide has 5 questions on it. And they're questions that I don't remember off the top of my head, so hopefully they appear on the slide. They're really important questions. They're questions for mental health professionals, okay? So their questions are, and the title is, am I a physical health informed mental health professional? Okay, so there's a couple of questions that hopefully will appear any second. I do remember, here we go. Okay, thank you. So the first question, and these are just to think about while we're moving. Do I know the physical activity guidelines, the World Health Organization physical activity guidelines? If the answer is no, it's there 150 minutes per week. Okay. The next question, do I know the Australian nutritional guidelines? Now, Scott Teasdale will be here. We've heard from Felice and Tetiana. It's more than peas and carrots. There are a lot of important information in there. Okay. Is my messaging psychologically safe when I'm talking about physical activity, when I'm talking about diet? And what we mean there, are we focusing on enjoyment when we're talking about activity and movement? because that's the most critical factor. Are we interested in food security? We've heard a lot about that the past few days. Are we avoiding stigmatising language? Felice also spoke about this when we're talking about these sorts of interventions. And are we avoiding a focus on aesthetics when it comes to movement? Let's separate the idea about exercise, weight loss, how our body looks, to how does it feel. Finally, do I know how to access additional physical health support? Not just know how to access, but do I have pathways by which I can facilitate that? Do we have access to whether it's personal trainers, exercise physiologists, dietitians, peer workers, whatever it might be? Is there someone who can help me? Because as a mental health professional, we probably don't have time. There's probably not a lot of opportunity, and we know that's a barrier. Finally, most importantly, do I practice what I preach? Now, we're not saying here that all mental health professionals need to be athletes. That's absolutely not the point. What we're saying here is, do we understand these interventions, why they work, how they work, and are we also taking care of ourselves in this way? So there's really simple things that this can mean. It's not saying that we need to be running marathons. Okay, now for the physical health professionals in the room. Am I a mental health informed physical activity or diet professional? Here in Australia, have I completed mental health first aid training? Very simple, foundational skills that can actually empower someone to be more confident working in this sort of environment. In a humanitarian displacement context, we have what's called psychological first aid. It's similar to mental health first aid, but it's more specific to those crisis contexts. Do I consider the barriers when I'm talking about these things? Again, the social determinants, the issues with motivation, poverty, housing, food security. Are we actively considering those things when we're designing interventions, when we're delivering those interventions, and when we're actually working with people? Because these are the most critical things. And I agree with all the sentiments that there's no point telling someone to go for a run or do some push-ups if these things aren't addressed. Again, the same thing around the safety of those messagings, which we know is critical. And the same question, do I know how to access additional mental health support? Do I know how to refer clients who need additional support to mental health professionals? Now, Andrew Watkins is here, who has a fantastic voice, and I'm going to do this quickly. I've got 5 key takeaway messages. They're all songs, so hopefully they stick in your head. I'm not going to play them, but if you want to sing, go for it. Beautiful. Thanks, Andy. Well done. The Beatles. The key message here, some people need more support with these things than others. Now, the critical mistake that I think we're making is this: the resources don't match the needs of the individual. Now, if we're working with someone with a persistent, serious, long-term mental illness that's having trouble with poverty or with housing, whatever it might be, we need to make sure that the resources we're providing around lifestyle and around these sorts of interventions match the needs of those people. Now, I don't think there's any situation or any setting that there isn't an appropriate intervention. It's just that the resources don't meet the needs for that person. And I think too often even in research, we underfund, under-resource lifestyle-based interventions. We conclude they don't work. Now, that's true, but they haven't worked because they're not resourced appropriately. So we've got to stop setting things up to fail. Andy? Beautiful. Well done. Johnny Nash. Now this song, is about new beginnings and new workforces. Now I do think what we're seeing today and the difference here today between 4 years ago when Equally Well started, the diversity of professionals, the interdisciplinary nature. So I think we can argue that the future mental health workforce is going to be a little bit different. There's going to be this merging of skills. There's going to be a different skill set that's coming together. Keep going. Okay, Cyndi Lauper. This one gets stuck in my head. And this is a point I really, really want to pick up on. These sorts of interventions can be a safety net for people. And what I mean by that, I'll tell you one quick story. In Bangladesh, on the beach in Cox's Bazar, there is a surf school for homeless street children. So just think about that again. So this is a surf program where people can go surfing for kids that are living on the street. Now, how does that work? They come there because they get mentorship, they get food, they get something to do, and there's a reason to being and belonging. Through that opportunity, they then can engage in other things. They can get access to whether it's healthcare or whatever they might need through that support network. And one thing that I think we're really terrible at here in Australia is utilising these interventions as a safety net. If we think about the stigma, that some people have towards accessing traditional mental health services, there are things like these programs that we know people will turn up to and they can engage. And we can actually capture that and use that as an opportunity to then funnel people into traditional mental health services. So a really good example, we keep talking a lot about putting exercise services in mental health facilities, but how about flipping that model and putting mental health professionals inside community sport organisations, inside gyms, inside environments and settings where we know young people in particular are, and people that we often refer to as hard to reach. Finally, co-design. We know this is absolutely critical. And I'll save you there, Andrew. We don't need any more. I'm just going to check the time. Okay, we're nearly done. I have a 2-minute video that I'm just going to play now, which will give a little bit more information about the work that's happening overseas and hopefully a bit of context.
When we organise counselling sessions, we should do some asylums.
So I'm going to come back to what we're trying to do through the Olympic Refuge Foundation, which is essentially training mental health professionals in sport and sports professionals and coaches in foundational mental health skills. And I'll talk a bit about how that works. I just wanted to put up this pyramid. So MHPSS stands for Mental Health and Psychosocial Support. And it's the acronym used in humanitarian or displacement contexts. And this pyramid guides all mental health programming in those settings. And it's divided into 4 layers. So at the bottom, we have basic services and security, community and family support, what we call focus support or non-specialised, and then specialised services. What I want to walk you through now is just how we can think about that pyramid, but through the lens of lifestyle and sports-based interventions. Okay? So down the bottom, and at some point, we need a basic level of infrastructure. Okay, whether it's a broom cupboard in a hospital that you set up as the gym, or whether it's having some equipment, sneakers if people don't have access to them, whatever it might be, we need some level of equipment. Now, just providing that equipment is not enough, and this is what I talk about with the under-resourcing of interventions. If we simply just provide access or provide equipment and expect people to go, that's not going to work. Now, that's not going to work in the general population, and if you add the layers of disadvantage on top of that, we've got to be particularly cognizant of that. Level 2, we can think about existing community structures, existing community resources. It might be a commercial gym, it might be park run, it might be whatever is available in the community. That's great, but again, we need to acknowledge that might not be safe, it might not be appropriate, and it might not be accessible for everyone. Okay? So potentially thinking about how we can leverage these, what can we do to make it safer, to make it more appropriate? and that'll take us up to the next level. One way we might be able to do that is thinking about who are the trainers and coaches working in those community settings. Can we train them in mental health first aid? Can we provide supervision and mentorship to them to ensure that what they provide is potentially safer and can be used by people that we're supporting? And then finally up the top, again, we've got those specialised services. That might be an exercise physiologist, it might be a physiotherapist, a dietitian, whatever it might be, but it is possible. So even for people that need these additional resources, there are things that we can do. It just costs a bit of time and money, and we need to resource it appropriately. So what we've been doing with the Olympic Refuge Foundation, again, as I mentioned, training physical health professionals. In a lot of the refugee contexts, these are coaches. In some contexts, they're physiotherapists working inside these settings. They speak the language, they're from the same culture. There's a lot of reasons to invest in this workforce. They're already there. So what we've been running is psychological first aid training, and this is Dr. Leslie Snyder from WHO, who developed psychological first aid, and we've just adapted that for a sporting context. At the same time, we've been running training for mental health professionals around sport, activity, and how they can utilise these services, with the idea of trying to link them together. So we started in Paris, then went to Moldova, and more recently we're in Poland, which was the most interesting. In 3 days, we had one mental health professional and one sports coach from every region in Poland. And they came together for 3 days. We ran through a training of trainers, and now we have one coach, one psychologist in every region of Poland delivering training out there and thinking about how teachers, coaches, sports teachers, coaches, and the mental health professionals can be working together to better strengthen those referral pathways and work together. Now, finally, in the last, I think, 2 minutes that I've got, I want to briefly mention about ADDI Moves, a program that we really owe a lot to Jackie Curtis and also the Ministry, the New South Wales Ministry of Health, for funding this initial work. This is just a room at Addison Road Community Centre for people that are familiar with ADDI Road. For those that aren't, it's in Marrickville. It's a fantastic charity, primarily working around food security. But on site, there's over 60 other NGOs and services, including domestic violence charities, legal aid, a food pantry, employment services, disability services. There's a range of services on site. About 18 months ago, they gave us this building, which was amazing, to turn into essentially, without using the word gym, an exercise facility. The initial work has been focusing on women from a refugee background. It's entirely free. Anyone that uses any of the services at ADDI Road can come and utilise this facility. And a big thanks to Dr. Grace McEwen, who's up the back, who's also done some fantastic co-design work, which I'll talk a little bit about now. So Grace led a process over 12 months of doing this co-design, involving interviews, recording interviews with both service users and service providers to understand exactly what was needed and how we could set up such a facility. Things that we would never have even thought of, such as childcare, privacy, access to sneakers, cultural sensitivity, all the aspects that we don't necessarily consider when we think about movement or activity. The 5 things that emerged, and this paper is currently under review: cultural and psychological safety. So how can we provide that? Partly with the providers that are there, so the exercise physiologists, the students, how can we actually teach this? Each one of these could be unpacked into a talk on itself. Promoting accessibility, what does that look like for who we're trying to target? How can we actually ensure that this is accessible? Being free is one of the key points. It has to be free. Facilitating support to access basic needs, and this is a really interesting thing that I think has come up. Again, this idea that a facility like this, someone might come and we can use that as a way to funnel into other services and to link people with other services that are needed. Enhancing physical activity and physical health literacy is so important, ensuring that we've got things in different languages. We've been very lucky to be supported by Ethnic Services Community Cooperative, who have translated all our material into multiple languages, and we're still working on that at the moment. And the social connection is such a huge part of this. There's a real opportunity to build social connection, social cohesion, support among different populations. So again, just a big thank you to Grace and also Jackie for this work that is ongoing. I'd also like to acknowledge Dr. Oscar Lederman, Kiara, Dr. Gulsha Kurt up the back. And then finally, there is a QR code here that will take you to a survey. Now, this isn't research. This is really more for interest for you, but there are 8 questions. It's entirely optional. You can leave a name and an email if you want to, but you don't have to. And there are 8 questions that we're using around the world when we're evaluating this sort of training for mental health professionals around physical activity and physical health. And if people are happy to fill that out, we will absolutely share the data through equally well. And I think it's probably lunchtime and I'm on time. So thank you for having me.
Now, we are actually at lunchtime, but given that other presenters have had an opportunity to answer a few questions, does anyone have any burning need to ask some questions before lunchtime, or are we all just really keen to get to lunch? I think everyone must be really keen to get to lunch because that was a great presentation. Oh, I'm sorry. Right.
Hey Simon, thanks for your presentation. It was really great. We've throughout the Equally Well conference, we've really been talking about physical health outcomes for people who are accessing mental health services. However, it doesn't seem like we've had a lot of time to think about what physical health outcomes we're actually aiming for, and what does a good life look like for someone, and what physical health outcomes are we aiming for in Equally Well. But also for when we're supporting people, what would be the outcomes and thoughts around a starting point for measuring physical health outcomes for people?
Great point. I mean, I think we have to ask them. I think that's the first thing. I mean, Faye Jackson, if you've ever heard Faye, she has this great piece of advice where she says the first question needs to be, what is the first question? Or what should our first question be? And I think when it comes to, if we're talking about asking those individuals why, if we think about that facility at Addy Road, we've got such a diverse group of people coming to use it, all for different reasons. We're in discussions at the moment with groups like sex workers, with asylum seekers, with people with disability, a whole range of people that have different needs and different reasons for why they want to come. I think what's really interesting is that the common link is that idea of it's a place where they can come and move, and do things that they enjoy or that they want to learn. It's safe, it's supportive, and they can take ownership of it. The different outcomes might range from distress through to physical activity minutes, through to cardiorespiratory fitness, to metabolic risk, whatever it might be. It doesn't actually matter in terms of what we're trying to achieve with that. So it's probably not really answering your question, but I guess we can measure a range of different things. The question needs to be, why are we measuring it? What's that data for? Why is that person in front of you? Why do they want to come? And what do they want to achieve? And how can we support them to do it?
Thanks.
Anyone else? No? I can't see any hands. All right. Thank you very much, Simon. Really great presentation. It is actually time for lunch, so please go off and enjoy yourselves. Aim to be back by 1 o'clock, and we'll be starting shortly after 1. What about that? That might be important.
It's not rocket science, it's just the audio mainly. I'm
Yeah,
sure the
cool.
website will work. So, do you want me to load it up?
Yeah, just load it up and
Yeah, I will definitely. Definitely. It's terrible.
You're too far down
One,
the list.
yeah, look at that, we're all the way down here. Plus, and that's just the news. Physical health, there it is. Yeah, so this is the website. So this is the kind of landing page where it talks about
Do you want me to check it up on the screen?
well, so it loads. It's mainly about getting the audio in the light. Okay, that's working. It's showing it there? No, but you can do that.
Just so you can see it the way it's going to be. Trying to find the Windows key. No.
So,
Yeah, and I'll just set up this here. I'll just set it up so that I can just come over and do that Windows version.
why don't I just do the whole thing on? I don't need to see what's on the next slide. Whole thing, and then I'll just minimize it. Like if we just duplicate that screen and then.
Yep.
Easy. Or did you set it up already so that it was going to be easy?
Nah, I mean, it's set up pretty well. Like the whole place is pretty.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a teaching area, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Has to be.
Okay, cool.
What is the order though? Are you next?
Yeah.
Maybe someone?
Yeah, I think so.
Then we can just leave it like this.
I know next. Is that right, Lee? I'm immediately after lunch.
Yeah.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 2 2 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Test 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 test.
Waiting for host to start the meeting. You want to start it?
Check, check.
Looks like it's going out to me, but anyone could just jump on a laptop and hear this.
Should I try and join it from outside and see?
Yeah, just go outside.
Take my phone, log in through Zoom and talk.
Yes, but the audio connection works.
Stephen, I'm just going out.
Check, check. So we've got your Zoom audio coming back. We just heard that through your phone. So if you have a clear signal from me talking into this microphone, into your phone or wherever you're logged on, then we have success. It looks to me like we do, from what I can see. Two, hey, hey.
Okay. Okay.
Check, check. Main auditorium microphone going out to Zoom call. Yeah, okay. Thanks for that.
Mark, are you right? Can I do anything?
Yep.
Hello. How you going?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks. You sorting out the IT stuff?
Yep, more or less.
Just checking to see if you've got
Your presentation. You Trindle?
Yes.
I've just got to get up this. All good?
Well, thank you.
Not really. Well,
Just wrote here.
Shuhala.
Shuhala.
Shuhala. Yeah. I heard her say it yesterday.
Oh, good.
Shuhala. Oh yeah? I'm all right. Waiting for the crowds.
Afternoon, everybody. We might just take your seat and we'll get started. Just about to say that includes you too, Russell. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice lunch, a nice healthy lunch, of course. So we're going to welcome Chris Malia from La Trobe to the Health Launch Talk. So Chris is a social worker, lawyer, and associate professor of law at La Trobe University and a member of the Equally Well project team. His practice experience in mental health services as a social worker and manager, and regularly appears before the Victorian Mental Health Tribunal as a legal representative. Its work sits at the intersection of health, welfare and the law, and is underpinned by human rights and social justice. He has previously managed and evaluated Aboriginal and child and family community mental health services, rehabilitation units and assertive outreach and supportive services in regional areas. He will be co-leader of this project and responsible for all communications and deliverables for the project. So welcome along to the newly shorn professor. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris. Nice to see you, nice to be here. We're on Gadigal land of the Eora people. This project was conducted across New South Wales and Victoria, but I'll also acknowledge the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation who are the owners of the land where I live and work. So we're here finally, I can't believe it, to launch the Health Talk resource, which is, I mean, we started pitching this in, I don't know, 300-400 years ago. And so to be here, and we've already launched it once. We had a soft launch last year, and I was like, good, okay, no, we're back. It's the project that keeps on giving. So very exciting, very, very exciting. I mean, this is only kind of the beginning, really, of the resource being used by people, I guess, but you know, a real milestone for us. So I'm glad to share it with you. So the Health Talk resource was, I think, one of the kind of first really substantial, or one of the early really substantial pieces of Equally Well work that was done, you know, in partnership, central to the Equally Well team. So certainly Equally Well is a key player. It's a partnership with Health Talk Australia, which produce online resources for a variety of different things. Mental health, they've got experience in mental health, but also early menopause, for example. They do resources for carers as well, things like that. So it's a partnership between Equally Well and Health Talk Australia. I was at RMIT when we started, and obviously Equally Well is at Charles Sturt, so it was a partnership between those two universities, and I moved to La Trobe, and so La Trobe joined as well. Very generously funded by Safer Care Victoria, by the New South Wales Mental Health Commission, and by the National Mental Health Commission. So as we'll see now, there is some emerging evidence base for this kind of online resource, but there wasn't then, and they really kind of went, yeah, okay, that sounds great. Let's see what it looks like and see if it works. And so yeah, very, very great to have their support. Now, I was going to do what everybody else did and have photos of the team up there, but unfortunately, it's a really good-looking team. I didn't want you to be distracted by not listening to what I was saying, so I won't read the words out, but I won't read the names out, but it was a really great team, really exciting to work, you know, really collaborative with a team of experts on this project, including lived experience experts. I'm going to talk a bit about the co-design in a second. We have an initial publication out of this, which came out of our review. We wanted to see where are the voices, where's the consumer voice in the literature on physical and mental health. Now, for any of you that have delved into that literature, you won't be surprised to know that they're few and far between. There are some there, and we identify a few. There's actually a chunk more. It was quite interesting doing this analysis because we said, okay, we're only going to highlight where people have said that their consumer perspective researchers in the actual paper itself. And so there were people who I know, who I've worked with for years, who I know are consumer perspective researchers, not saying that they're doing this kind of work. It's not explicit in there. So it's quite an interesting perspective. I think we've seen at these kind of conferences, we're seeing a lot more lived experience involvement, but it's just not reflected in the literature. The vast majority of the literature on this topic broadly is by clinicians, and there's no consumer voice whatsoever. So that's the kind of main takeaway from that paper. Now this project, as I said, has taken a long time, feels like. And during that time, what has been a considered acceptable co-design has changed so dramatically that we basically had to completely redo the project. And now, when I use the word co-design, I wouldn't say that what we did was co-design. But if you had told me when we started in, I don't know what, 2015 or 16, that we were going to have that much consumer involvement and have, consumer researchers on the team and we had a project advisory group which was 50% consumers, and then we had the CLEAV, the Consumer Lived Experience Advisory Group as well. And I was like, we're definitely going to change that name. And they're like, no, we like it, CLEAV, that's what we do. And so, I mean, if I'd mapped that out in 2016, when we first started thinking about this project, I would have said that's impossibly best practice. And now I look back at it and go, oh, well, come on, Chris, what were you thinking? There's so much more you could have done there. But we did our best with what we could at the time. Here is the timeline. So we didn't get funding. We put this up for a couple of charities initially. We got knocked back. I think we got funding eventually in 2019. And you might remember we had COVID in the middle, so that slowed us down a little bit as well. But here we are, right at the end of this timeline. So that's really exciting for us. We spoke to 32 people around Victoria and New South Wales. 28 are actually in the online resource because people either decided later they didn't want to participate, or they said they kind of, we wanted to speak to people who are not the normal people that we speak to. And so we spoke to people who are pretty practiced at participating in research and in online resources as well. But then we went deeper. And so we had this really great partnership with Nehemiah, where they set us up in their offices, and they would kind of offer to people they were working with, people who have almost no community connection, often very isolated. Certainly they're not on Twitter, participating, saying, yes, I want to participate in this thing. And so we went in a couple of different Nehemiah offices around the country and spoke to people that way. So we got, I think, a really broad and representative range of experiences that is quite hard to do in this kind of research. Good variety of people too, very a kind of diverse group, as is very common in this kind of research. Overrepresented women were more keen to participate. So many different experiences. I mean, I put this up because it's easy to show you, but the incredible variety of people's experiences was absolutely one of the takeaways from this. So we talk a lot about cardiovascular and heart, and obviously in the data they're really key kind of contributors to early mortality. But actually when you speak to people, yeah, maybe that is the thing, but actually, I don't know, the sleep apnea is the thing that they actually really need addressed right now. Like there's a real diversity that isn't just because it's clinician data, and the clinician's like, oh, I'm a heart guy, so I'm going to go on and research. Sounds nice, doesn't it, being a heart guy? We should all aspire to be heart guys, but you know what I mean. They're not looking at the complexity. They're kind of pulling out one condition. They're researching from the perspective of a condition that is an important piece of work and does kill people, of course. But that's not reflected in how people told us their stories, and I think that's an important learning for us here at Equally Well. Okay, this is really exciting. I don't know if other people have been following the NEON trial. This is the kind of thing that, when you go overseas and see what people are doing overseas, blows me away. They did a randomly controlled trial for online recovery narratives. It's not published yet, so I haven't got a citation. They're currently doing the analysis and writing it up. But the key finding, this is Mike Slade's group, if anyone wants to kind of find out more, you can Google NEON trial, or you can reach out to Mike Slade. I'm sure he'll love that, me just sending everyone to email him. They're providing access to online recovery narratives has a measurable, a quantifiable, a cost-benefit, measurable benefit to people, to people who have experienced poor mental health, other than for people that experience psychosis. So that's really interesting. I'd love to find out more about why that is. But for people who don't experience psychosis, it really works. For people that do experience psychosis, the randomised controlled trial suggests actually it's nowhere near as effective. There's a slight increase, a slight improvement. But I was shocked. I've been telling everyone for years, Health Talk's great, fund us, give us money, it's really good, look at this fancy thing, it's so exciting, etc. And then I'm like, wow, I'm right. Here is gold standard evidence that shows that online recovery narratives, like the one we've been slaving away on for all these years, actually have a measurable, demonstrable impact, positive impact on people's health outcomes, social outcomes, a range of different things. So that's really exciting for us to find out. So just got a couple of key quotes that I'm going to read out from some of the participants that I think are really, capture the essence of it. I'm going to show you the video as well, but I think these are worth pulling out. So Elsie says that your story is valid and you should push for the right care. Don't just back down because someone tells you. Like, that someone is devalidating that you're important and that their story is important and it just deserves to be listened to. And just because people can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. So we asked people what message they wanted to kind of put out in the world, what advice would they give to other people. And I think that's, we haven't edited this for grammar, but I think it's really, you can feel that sense of being not seen, being made invisible by clinicians. And that's something that came through really clearly. We also heard that there were big issues with communication and relationships. People didn't trust their clinicians, or they changed all the time, and we know that's a massive issue. When people had good clinicians that they liked, they loved them. Like, the bar for a good clinician was seeing the same person twice in 6 months, and they actually got listened to. Like, it was shocking to me how little clinicians had to do to be given to us as an exemplar of excellence and of, this person saved my life. Well, they had a smoothie with me. This kind of very, very simple engagement stuff just was very, very highly valued and not widespread. Big issues with access. We've heard a lot about that at this conference. People misunderstanding the barriers. So clinicians saying to people, well, you need to go and exercise. Well, I haven't got shoes. Or it's not safe for me. I mean, these are things we've been hearing time and time again. They're no surprise. Dismissal and discrimination. So diagnostic overshadowing is obviously a key part of this, but just kind of goes through the whole experience. I think one of the interesting things we've been hearing about is that consistently, as we get more data around equally well, that it's not people don't want to. People who use mental health services want to quit smoking at the same rates as other smokers. We heard this morning that diet is, for people who use mental health services, actually not so significantly worse than mainstream. The barriers are in the way that people are interacting with society. And for a lot of people who use mental health services, most of those interactions are with mental health professionals, support workers, etc. We heard a lot about medication impacts. People talked a lot about how important agency was for them and advocacy. So, I mean, perhaps because I've been working in this space for some time now, this all seems very straightforward and obvious to me, but they were really, really profound experiences that people shared with us. And you can go and have a look at. Unlike most research where I just here's what I reckon, you can go online onto the online resource and hear this for yourself, and I do encourage you to do so. Jessica said, are you ready to advocate for yourself a lot? It's going to be tough, which is sad to say, but it's true. You have to advocate for yourself a lot. And if you can't do that, you need to have people around you who can. And I think that's one of these, we're seeing in more and more of these studies that involve peer navigators or nurse navigators. It's that advocacy role that is so essential to people and so useful to people, so highly valued because the system is so inaccessible. And those advocates kind of are able to overcome those other issues on the previous slide. So the next step for us, I'm going to show you the resource in a second. The next step for us, we are currently working on a consumer resource. Tessa, the project officer, presented on that yesterday. We've got a co-design group. Some of the co-design group members are here. That's going to be a self-advocacy tool. So it's kind of come out of this Health Talk project that people need advocacy, they need support with agency because it's co-design and I have no idea what it's going to look like, but it'll be something that helps people advocate for themselves. So it's a very different kind of resource than some of the other resources we've seen today. It's for consumers, designed by consumers, and then we're working with carers, family supporters and with clinicians to make sure it's appropriate and useful, but it's very much driven by amplifying the consumer voice in these processes. That's me, that's my details. Let's hope we can actually get this working. Here's one I prepared earlier. So this is the online resource. You can access it at healthtalkaustralia.org, and then you have to scroll down a bit to the physical wellbeing and mental health page. This is kind of about the project, but you don't need that because I just told you about it. And then this takes you to this page, which is the landing page. It's not much fun, as we all discovered on Zoom during COVID, watching other people use computers. sharing screens. So I'm going to show you the introduction, and then I encourage you to kind of in your own time go and explore it yourself. It's very much self-directed. It's not like a one long video that you just sit and watch. You click through and you see people's narratives. That's how this works. So this is the landing page. I said I wasn't going to, but you can see we've divided the resources up for service users, for mental health practitioners, or for physical health practitioners, and it's very much self-guided. So you click through, and once it loads, you have a little intro video at the beginning of each one, and then it takes you through to these landing pages where you can hover over and kind of click through and hear about, what health challenges are people facing, or how do people manage their health day to day, what makes a difference in people's experience of the healthcare system. And so you can, for those of you who are working in this space, you can offer this to people as a resource. I mean, it's free, it's a website, right? So if someone is, whether that's a clinician or a student or a consumer that you're working with, then you can provide this and say, hey, you might find this interesting. And people find hearing other people's experiences of what they're feeling really incredibly powerful and validating. To know that it's not you, and you're not the reason that you've been rejected by the GP or by whoever, allows you to go back and try again and advocate and try and get better health, right? That's the central premise of what we're doing here. But I think it's, I use a whole range of health talk resources in my teaching as well to kind of expose students to some of the things that they might not otherwise see until they get out in practice. So a range of uses there. But that's it. I think I've got time for a couple of questions. Yes? Oh, look how well behaved I am. But it's launched. Hooray!
Thanks, Chris. Open up for questions.
Thanks, Chris. It's fantastic to see this resource come to life. I heard you say, and the speaker yesterday say about how it wasn't true co-design, and I'm just curious to know, what do you think you would do differently if you were to do this project again to kind of meet that co-design standard?
Yeah, well, I think, for me, it's about where the power lies fundamentally. And because we were working with Health Talk and they have a discrete model, I think that was probably the first hurdle, was that because so much, they have it's Oxford University branded model that they use, and it's very effective and it's tested and et cetera, but it wasn't what all of the lived experience people on our group wanted to happen. And that kind of derailed, and then the Health Talk people were like, well, you're just going to do it yourself then, what do you need us for? And, it kind of created this problematic dynamic, actually, where we had this great approach, this model that is world-renowned, and people didn't want to do it that way. And we weren't ready for that discussion, and we didn't do the power-sharing stuff that needed to happen to allow us to navigate those discussions properly. Yeah, I could, buy me a drink. I've got hours and hours of things I do differently, but I think that's the key thing. We didn't sit down and spend the time allocating power. And so now when I'm setting up other projects, thankfully, people on that team still will work with me, even though we had all these kind of discussions about this. But when we do it now, there's co-leads. So there's a consumer co-lead, and then there's maybe we don't always have an academic co-lead. And so the decision-making process and the power is much more clearly articulated, much more shared. Yeah.
And that's fantastic. It looks terrific. As a lived experience, a person with lived experience and a lived experience advocate, performing that sort of concierge role that you talked about at the point, this would be awesome if it was, well known in the system and, as a part of supporting our, oh, well, look at this before, and then come and talk to me. So are you planning to roll out? Is the rollout through PHNs or through hospital LHDs or whatever?
This is it. It's
This
rolling.
is the rollout.
It's rolling. Right. Yeah, we're launched.
Right.
Yeah, go fly, little bird, whatever.
So we need to add.
Yeah, this is It's on, I've done my. This is like. I'm done. Yeah. So I'm over to you now. This has got to take off. Yeah.
Equally well, we'll try and do some advocacy as well, I think.
Yeah. We are. We're all. It's a constellation model. We're all working together to get these resources out. Yeah. Great. Thanks.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks
so much
for the launch, and we'll look forward to all that. Thank you. Moving on, I'm going to invite Matthew Trindle up to the stage. So Matthew Trindle, the Aboriginal Mental Health Director, New South Wales Health, is going to talk about the cultural determinants of Aboriginal mental health and wellbeing. So welcome, Matthew. Matthew Gulmaroi Murray, with family connections to the Thangati, Gandangara and Bigabul people. Matthew is Director of Aboriginal Mental Health Branch of the New South Wales Ministry of Health. He's previously held positions with Justice Health and Forensic Mental Health Network as the Director of Aboriginal Strategy and Culture. He's a clinical leader of Aboriginal mental health, South Eastern Sydney Local Health District, and Rural Mental Health with Hunter New England Local Health District. So I've been around, so thank you. Welcome. Do you want that one or this one?
I'll have this.
This one? I don't think you've got the problem of this thing being in the way. But...
Thank you for that introduction. I feel like this is a bit of my story now. So just to hear back some of the diversity and some of the stuff that I've been through, it's good to know that you've got these forums, but also just recognising the work that's in this room today, which is great. So no need for introductions for myself because those have already happened, but I'd firstly just like to acknowledge country and also pay respects to elders past and present, and also acknowledge everyone here today, and especially those with a lived experience. And in particular, if any Aboriginal colleagues are here today or online as well. So I just want to give a shout out to Lizzie Stageman. She's done some artwork for us last year. So she commissioned this piece of artwork called You're Not Alone. And we had an official launch last year as part of those proceedings. And it's about the story of those with a lived experience, and in particular their journey. So it talks about being a warrior, but also recognises our distinct communities and also the diversity that exists across our Aboriginal nation. So I just want to acknowledge the work that she's done, and in particular about putting this piece of work together. And the good thing about it, the most exciting part, is that we're getting some attire that's going like hotcakes at the moment. So I've heard a lot today about the social determinants of health. I thought I'd bring a different lens to it today. I think it's something that needs to be considered when we talk about mental health, but in particular around the cultural determinants and how that actually impacts on Aboriginal people, but also us as service providers and sort of that vision of improving health systems, but in particular around what it looks like for a policy level. So I'm going to talk about a couple of key things when it comes to our priorities across New South Wales Health, and in particular from a policy level, but also what it looks like for an Aboriginal community member, particularly accessing services, and also around getting our systems and structures in place to support our communities. So I'm not sure how many times I've been asked this, what's your vision? It's an interesting one. I feel like I'm in a job interview over and over again around what can you bring to this role and what can you do as a service provider. But I think one of the big vision statements that I like to think that is Aboriginal health is everyone's business. And I think that everyone here today should buy into that mentality, because for those with a lived experience know that they can't do it on their own. They require everyone in the room to work together. And in particular, if you want to really close the gap when it comes to Aboriginal mental health, we actually need to do it all together, because if you're relying on 3% of the population to do 97% of the work, I'm not a mathematician or a scientist or a researcher, but I know those statistics don't work out very well. So I think it's something that it should be everyone's business. And I think as a collective here today, if you're going to make a vision around improving Aboriginal mental health, and in particular community members, I think it comes with those people sitting in this room today. So that's your homework and that's your challenge. From being a very nice map, I think this is something that comes back from an earlier conversation. I think it came up on the panel and Tricia mentioned it, about one size not fitting all. And this is a very good reason why it doesn't, because if you look at the distinct communities that exist across our nations, it just shows you the diversity of Aboriginal communities across Australia. So looking at it from a policy or strategic lens, there's so much diversity, which means that one size does not fit all for our communities. Like I'm a Gomeroi man, but I've also got connections to the Dunghutti, Ganangara, and also the Bigambul people. They're all distinct communities. They all have their own languages. They all have their community protocols, and in particular, community politics. So it's something that we need to get right, and that's why it needs to be everyone's business when I talk about Aboriginal mental health from a policy level. I'm not going to go into details about this, but I think context is always very important when we talk about Aboriginal communities and also around Aboriginal mental health. We know that pre-colonisation, there was in the distinct communities across Australia who have different cultural connections, diversity, stories, lines, dreamings, language, and also stories. So I think this is something that we do need to recognise, and this comes back to the lived experience. So this is a lived experience of my communities. It's the lived experience as an Aboriginal person. And we do need to provide context around this, why it's very important. So not even talking about colonisation, we're also talking about the consequences that come from that. So if we're talking about consequences, then we're also talking about issues that occurred for our communities over a long period of time. And this isn't to look at the deficit discourse, it's about the reality of our communities and what they've gone through, and in particular legacy around the deficit discourse that plagues our communities, but also the challenges that are experienced on both mental health and physical health. So if we want to look at outcomes, we like a good outcome measure, KPIs, etc. This is what it looks like for our community members. We talk about the prevalence of mental health conditions and in particular physical health, comorbidity. This is what it looks like for our Aboriginal community members. The fact that we've got suicide as a fifth leading cause of death for Aboriginal community members is disgraceful, to be honest. To think that how overrepresented they are from a physical health, to put that into context is why we need to make it everyone's business. It's not about just from a policy level or some individual service or the community resolving this. This is actually going to have to take a collective effort from all pieces of work, but in particular across all organisations. As I said, you're not going to rely on your Aboriginal mental health workforce to resolve all issues that are happening in Aboriginal mental health because it's too much. Let's be realistic about it. So this is why we have these policy frameworks in place. So as the Director for Aboriginal Mental Health, one of my responsibilities is overseeing the strategic 5-year plan that we do have in place. This is the third iteration of it. It's been around for a while. There's a big gap between the last version of it, but also COVID did derail its launch, but it's also being very ambitious about what we're actually committing to. So from a policy level, our vision is for all Aboriginal people across New South Wales to have access to culturally safe and holistic healthcare. Is that achievable? I'd like to think so. As a bureaucrat, I have to say that as well. But realistically as well, we've got goals in place. Like I said, this isn't going to be a short-term journey. This is going to be a long-term journey in terms of us getting it right. Like I said, having some strategic context to what we're doing actually means that we hopefully can get it right in the next 5 years. I hope everyone in this room knows what the Closing the Gap strategy is, in particular what it looks like from a national and state level. These are the 5 domains which are being measured when it comes to health and in particular mental health. So I'm not going to go through these. These are very ambitious targets, but I am always of the belief that you've got to set the bar very high because it does challenge that narrative around that deficit discourse that Aboriginal people can't manage what's going on from a community level and in particular around supporting the services that they provide. So this is something around being very ambitious and having some very high level targets. They're going to be challenging. I'm not going to say it's going to be easy, but the idea is that it's addressing some of the stuff, and it goes back to that co-design and Aboriginal-led decision-making framework around supporting communities and also the work that they're doing on the ground as well. So that image is of the peak Aboriginal organisations across New South Wales. They're a part of our governance framework for New South Wales mental health, and in particular Closing the Gap. So as you can see, you've got 8 Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, which are known as CAPO, the Coalition of Aboriginal People Organisations. They're a part of the whole implementation for Closing the Gap across New South Wales. I have responsibility for Target 14 around significant and sustained reduction in suicide within the Aboriginal community towards 0. This is a target. As I mentioned, it can be very challenging. It's very ambitious, but we've got to start somewhere because, like I said, if suicide is the 5th leading cause of death, then we actually need to invest in what's going on. So we do have a number of initiatives that are happening when it comes to this particular target. So we've got models of care work around developing Aboriginal cultural models of care, and that's done across the local health districts, specialty health networks, and also the AMS sector. We've also got Building on Aboriginal Community Resilience Initiative. So we fund 25 services across the state of New South Wales to deliver suicide prevention activities in their own communities, developed by community for community. So at least those conversations and the words and language that I'm using today is actually reflected in what's going on as part of Closing the Gap, which is a good starting point for us. So that is the social and emotional wellbeing domains there. So like I said, today I'm going to talk about culture and health and why it is important. And we'll go back to that image that was at the start around the diversity around the different Aboriginal nations across Australia. As I mentioned, we've talked a lot about social determinants. Today I'm here to talk about cultural determinants and why it's very important. So talking about being equally well, I'd like to see our communities being culturally well. So if that's a nice paradigm shift around supporting the communities, and I think this is where we need to lead around the work that needs to happen in our sector around mental health and supporting our communities. So connection to country, we know that. Like I'm off country at the moment. There's a bio around what countries I'm connected to. So I get homesick a lot. Like I said, I long for country. I like going back there, visiting family and coming back because it's 45 degrees out in Narrabri sometimes. But the idea is that I need to go back home and connect with country, connect with family, connect with language and community. Cultural beliefs and knowledge. Like I said, there's over 300 different language groups around Australia. Each have their own unique story, their own dialects. And language, very important, like I said, that's a big cultural shift around revitalising the language groups across Australia and the work that we're doing to support that. These other ones are no-brainers, like I said, family, kinship and community, cultural expression and continuing culture. That is probably one of the biggest key factors that drives Aboriginal mental health at the moment around having a trauma-informed lens and recognising the work that's happened in around revitalising culture and language, but also around my parents' generation who weren't able to practice culture because of previous assimilation policy, etc. That's not very long ago. So my father didn't have the opportunity to learn his language, learn his cultural activities, go out on country, do men's business, because they'd be taken away by the welfare. My dad isn't old, he's only 62. So this isn't talking about the 1800s, we're talking about the 1970s and 1960s when this is going on. Same thing with my grandfather. He had to get a dog tag to leave his community and go into town without having permission. He got that exemption in 1960. It's not very long ago. I said it's in a lot of people's generation sitting in this room today. So traditional healing and medicine, working in two worlds. If I'm running out of time, please push me along because I just like chatting. No disrespect to any Chinese medicine practitioners in the room today. I just wanted to use this as an example and you'll understand where I'm coming from at this point. So Chinese medicine practitioners are regulated by APRA in Australia. Yes, as a lot of other industries are regulated throughout Australia. The reason that I'm getting to this point is that those 300 different communities I mentioned earlier have been practicing culture for 60,000 years. We've got traditional healers and medicine occurring in Australia for over 60,000 years, but aren't recognised in delivering of services throughout Australia. It took a French researcher to come out here in 2008 by the name of Dr. Panzanini to actually study traditional healing in Australia, to get it recognised and actually incorporate into the systems and service provisions for health and mental health. So 2 French researchers came out to Australia to do that in 2008. So that shows you where we are. But on the other side, we've got Chinese medicine, which is APRA registered, and you can practice in Australia as a practitioner. But we've got traditional healers who do medicine, cultural activities, for 60,000 years, have no regulation or regulatory body in place. So I just want to give a shout out to the Nuncaries and all those people who have been advocating for this work that's going on. But the reason I'm bringing this back is if we're actually going to address these things and looking at the cultural determinants, then we actually need people who have been doing it for thousands of years to be a part of the solution. And not only just for everyone in the room today, the traditional healers that have been in place, doing a lot of work side by side with mainstream services in South Australia, New South Wales, Queensland, etc., need to have a better say in what we do as part of our service provision when it comes to Aboriginal mental health. The reason I say that is because these are some of our prescribed tools that most people would know. So if you work as a frontline clinician, this is your bread and butter, peas and carrots, whichever acronym you use. But the idea is that one size does not fit all for this when we talk about Aboriginal people. And this is what our tools are that our Aboriginal mental health clinicians get every day to assess an Aboriginal person when they come through the doors in mental health service. And the reason I say this is that those who are familiar with these assessment tools has no indications around how to measure culture as part of that process. Presenting problem, what's the symptoms? So this is why it's very important to recognise and look at what work's actually going on around further research, developing the evidence when it comes to culturally validated tools that we can use that are more appropriate for assessing culture and the impacts of culture on the mental health conditions of people in the community that are Aboriginal. So this is a shout out to Dr. Tracy Westerman. She's been leading a lot of this work. For those who are familiar with her, she's done a lot of research as being an academic but also a clinician for a long period of time around improving our systems but also improving our structures to make sure that they're more culturally appropriate when it comes to assessing our community members. And the reason for that, and this is old literature, it has had various iterations of it as well, but the idea around recognising cultural bound syndromes and the importance of that when it comes to Aboriginal communities. So First Nations communities around the world have a lot of cultural syndromes that are impacted on their presentations, which might be nuanced with other mental health conditions. But Tracy Westerman is one of the lead researchers when it comes to this work in Australia. As part of her research, she was actually able to validate the importance of different disorders that are localised in communities, which might get misdiagnosed as a mental health condition in Australia. So longing for country, story cuts, and being sung. So 3 distinct new syndromes that are particular to Aboriginal community members across Australia. And this research has been going on for a while, but she's leading a lot of the work when it comes to assessing and validating a lot of cultural assessment tools when it comes to mental health. Why is that important? Because if you're a mental health clinician, as an example, and you're going to present as an acutely unwell person at an emergency department, and they pull out their MOAT form and start assessing you, asking you all these wonderful questions when you're distressed, you might get listed as having an affective disorder or psychosis or a self-harming behaviour. But for an Aboriginal person, that presentation might be a lot different because they might be longing for country, which might have some nuances between mental health condition as a diagnostic tool, but also how it relates to their culture as well. So this is why it's very important to understand that working in 2 worlds is very important to addressing Aboriginal mental health, because it goes back to those addressing those issues around cultural nuances across all the communities, taking on board the trauma-informed lens, and also acknowledging the historical context of Aboriginal community members and what they've actually been through over the last 250 years. So this is why it's very important that we lead a lot of work in this space. Because if we're going to get it right around closing the gap and addressing all these ongoing challenges that are experienced by Aboriginal people, then we need to make sure our models and our systems and our assessments are culturally safe for our community members when they do present to our services. So I'm just going to finish on that, because like I said, it's very important around understanding the distinct communities that do exist across Australia, and in particular them being a unique and individual one and what they represent as part of their own culture. So if we are going to close the gap, then we need to build the evidence, which is clear. That's why a lot of people in here, researchers, and love talking at these types of forums, because they get to promote all the good work that's going on. As I mentioned, improving our systems. Like I said, we've got a whole workforce out there that are traditionally trained, have been around for thousands of years, that operate on a daily basis in their community, but aren't embedded in how we do systems and services in mainstream sectors. Like I said, utilising traditional healers, looking at traditional medicine as a form of treatment. Just like Chinese medicine is incorporated and regulated and operational in Australia, we need to get to that point as well at some time. The other thing is around developing those culturally validated assessment tools. Very important, like I said, the square peg in a round hole doesn't work. We know that. So we need a new system. We need to understand what's not working well, and this is one way of doing that. And the final point is around looking at the cultural determinants and looking at the ways we do things differently. So that's a snapshot around where we are at the moment, what the landscape looks like for our communities, but also around some solutions moving forward. And like I said, there's some homework for everyone today that make it everyone's business and go home and research all those wonderful communities across Australia. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Great talk. Have we got time for a few questions? Up the back there, do you want to... People online, just get you the mic, excuse me.
Hi, Matt. College of Mental Health Nurses. Firstly, respect. Thank you very much for your presentation today. Question is really back to community, we've got 25,000 mental health nurses in the country, and 1.4% of them identify as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, and the population of about 3% being right across Australia. So the question is, do we need to go back to community to encourage people to become, say, mental health nurses, or do we need to train all mental health nurses in more cultural sensitivity? What do you see as being the solution in that space, or is it a hybrid?
Yeah, there's a few things in there, but like I said, it's always good to have workforce initiatives supporting what's going on. I'm a big believer that we do grow our own because, like I said, we are competing with a lot of different industries out there. The other thing, as I mentioned, like I said, Aboriginal people only make up 3% of the population, but 97% of the work is going to be done by everyone in this room today, and that's the challenge. It's not for me as an Aboriginal person to try and fix every Aboriginal issue in mental health because I'll end up finding something else to do. But the reality is that everyone in this room here today has a responsibility, and that's the challenge. If you can take it up as yourself, as a responsible person, and say, if I'm actually going to make a difference in Aboriginal mental health, I've got to lead the work. So you as an organisation are going to be responsible for how you deliver services, but how you support the community, because all of our funding agreements have KPIs in there around Aboriginal mental health at some point. Same thing around workforce development. If we haven't built a workforce or developing a workforce, it's why did we build capacity in our communities to support yourselves, but also yourselves as an organisation. That comes with cultural supervision, comes from mentoring, comes from engaging with other networks out there, but also using our Aboriginal peer workers, as we mentioned, using those with lived experience. I'm sitting up here as a bureaucrat talking about it. So the idea is that we've got plenty of mechanisms and supports in place already to support what's going on. So I think if you take it to a local level, they'll tell you exactly what they want, what they need. So like I said, it's good to sit in these rooms, talk about a lot of things, but unless you're in the community, talking to the community, it's very hard to get a policy lens on what needs to occur at that level. Because Aboriginal people have been told what to do for 255 years in Australia. So if you want to find out what to do, go and speak to them. Go and spend a day out in the community. They'll tell you straight away. As someone mentioned earlier about going out to a community, and yes, earlier, and then went back with 2 Aboriginal people, and there's a whole different experience. So if you're not going to put yourself out there, be uncomfortable, then you'll probably come back in 12 months and talk about the same challenges. I said, be vulnerable in this scenario. Go out and speak to the community, because they'll tell you exactly what they need. So, thanks.
Thanks, Matt, for the presentation earlier. My name's Mitch. I'm a proud Mudawari man from Gadooga. Currently work in Dubbo in the community mental health team. Just want to add on to that question earlier. Like that was a great response, but I think improving our Aboriginal mental health workforce, the program with CSU, the Jurawang program, how we invest into our Aboriginal mental health workers, but then there's no guarantee into the workforce, into health. Is there anything that's going to be stable from that in the future?
I'd like to say yes. It's something that, like I said, any workforce opportunity when it comes to Aboriginal mental health in such a need is something that you're always going to invest in. I'm a graduate of that program. I done it in 2000, I can't even remember now, 2009, 10. But it's a pathway. Like I said, it's not to say that you're guaranteed to go into a position. I think opportunities always come when it comes to Aboriginal mental health workforce because it's such a skilled and unique industry to be in. So if you are prepared to put in the hard yards, as I said, the thing about our Aboriginal mental health workforce, they carry a huge cultural load. I imagine you're from that community, so you work in that community. I've done the same thing when I worked in Narrabri. I lived there. I used to have people turning up on my doorstep. I lived 25 k's out of town because they're desperate. So you always have that cultural load, and that's something that we need to understand here today is our Aboriginal staff are going to be burnt out. That's why I ran to Sydney of all places. Who moves from a rural country area to Sydney to get away from the community because of the challenges? Like I said, I used to have people turn up on my doorstep, desperate. They had no other way of going about things. So that's what expectations are on Aboriginal people. So I think for yourself, it's also having those supports in place, but it's also around the service that you're working in as well, having the good systems that support you, because as I said, it is a big cultural load that all of us go through every day. That's why I left Justice Health. It was too much for me. I loved the job, but it was just too challenging because I didn't have the right systems around to support me because of that cultural load and expectation. So if you do need, please reach out. I'm happy to support anyone. Like I said, it's around having the right systems in places and support you as well, the organisation you're at.
Thanks, Matthew. We've got time for just one more.
Beautiful presentation, Matt. As a chronically white woman, I felt much kinship with the differences in expression of distress. And I can only tell you that I understand it simply because I'm autistic. And being autistic means that my mental health expression isn't always what it looks like. I was classed as aggressive because I made a fist. And before I was diagnosed as autistic, I had to have a borderline personality disorder diagnosis so that they understood me, which is ludicrous. But I can see where those challenges would be for someone who has a very different mental health expression or health expression, to be honest, or life expression. So I really thank you for that because it sort of brought it home to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks very much. I think we've run out of time. And look, I just want to thank Matthew very much. I think it's been a fantastic presentation. You have to get a present, yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, it's probably not drugs or alcohol, so you can... It's all good. Thank you very much. I think a big round for Matthew. Thank you very much. And I failed in my duty to give Chris his present as well. So I'm falling back. So thank you, everybody, for 2 fantastic sessions. We're now moving into a panel discussion. We've got a stretch before the panel discussion. And who's doing the stretch? I do know. Sarah Carney is coming down. It's exercise physiologist from Keep the Body in Mind. And here she is about to stretch us out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm Sarah, exercise physiologist from Keeping Body in Mind program in South East Sydney. Can I switch to that one? Because I'm not used to having my hands restricted. Alrighty, obviously I'm an exercise physiologist. If possible, could we all please stand up? You're welcome to follow along if you'd like to. All right, starting off, we're just going to look up to the ceiling, take a big deep breath. As we breathe out, we're going to drop our chin down to our chest. If you feel comfortable, do that again with the next breath, breathing in. Don't have to breathe to my rhythm either. Circles with our neck. So while our chin is to our chest, we're going to bring it around to the left-hand side and coming back the other way. Just a little. Alrighty, coming back to the centre. Let's do the other half of the circle, looking up at the ceiling, a little bit to the side, round to the other side, whatever's comfortable. Back to centre. Now with your right hand, I'm going to get you to push down, pushing down towards your left ear is coming down to your left shoulder, feeling the stretch across your right side of your neck. If it's comfortable, I want you to turn your nose towards your armpit. Going to come back to centre. Swapping to the other side now. So left hand pushes down towards the floor, right ear to right shoulder. And we are turning our nose towards our arm. Alrighty, coming back to centre if you're comfortable. Arms are going to interlace, fingers behind head. We're just going to push our chest up towards the ceiling or towards the screen. Elbows come back. Nice deep breath in and out. Awesome work. Hands coming around to either our glutes or our lower back. Looking up to the ceiling, same movement again, pushing the chest up towards the ceiling. If we're comfortable here, we're going to start marching on the spot. If you guys have the space, if you really want to be wild, you can do the heel taps, side to side. Don't go too crazy. Awesome. All right. As we're ready, we're just going to do lifting up towards the ceiling, all the way being as tall as we can possibly be. Deep breath here. As we come down, we're going to bring one hand up towards the ceiling. The other hand is going to come on top, and amazing work here.
Yes? So just reorganise the chairs and we're on there. So just use that stretch to wise events. Thank you. You're going to do the introduction.
Oh, yeah, I can.
So this is a symposium panel on medication and managing side effects. Carolyn Johnson's the chair. She's going to introduce the people and the chairs, and we've got microphones going for everybody. Yeah, we've got time to finish. Okay, you all got microphones? Okay, over to you guys. This one's on.
Is there a switch I have to turn? Okay, hello. Hi, everyone. And I'm so happy to be the chair of this and not one of the panellists. Lee talked to me and said, would you like to talk about medication? And I go, I'm a GP, I prescribe all this medication and often it's really challenging and I'd much rather just ask these experts some questions. So we're going to be talking about that today. Just by way of introduction, I'm a GP who was the RACGP representative on the Equally Well Alliance from the beginning, so they're probably looking to replace me, I'm sure, sometime soon, but I'm hanging on because I love it. It's the thing I love the most. And what we'll do is, starting with Lauren, if you could all just introduce yourself briefly, then we'll get you to start talking about this interesting topic.
Thank you. Thanks, Vicky. Hi, everyone. I'm Lauren. I'm a peer support worker working at Nimai National.
Hi, I'm Vicky Langan and I'm Health Promotion Manager for Nimai National, New South Wales.
Hi, I'm Amanda Wheeler. I'm Professor of Mental Health at Griffith University, working mostly in a research role.
And I'm Rod McKay, and I'm a psychiatrist. Main areas working with older people, but also education and training.
Wonderful. Okay, it's good to have some educators and mental health researchers, peer workers. It's fantastic. So maybe we'll start with Lauren, if you want to make some opening statements about this topic, and I'll give everyone a chance to make 3 or 4 points, and then we'll go into some questions, and then there'll be a chance for you all to ask questions too.
Sure. I fixed the microphone. Took it apart. All right. So I've tried to summarise it into 3 key points. I figured that I would share some stories because as a lived experience worker, that's my specialty. And that's how I sort of make my points today. So the first one is, the overarching point is the importance that needs to be paid to comorbidities and being really, really careful in what we do and taking in the bigger picture, particularly as we prescribe new medication and monitor these symptoms. The story that I have for you is when the first time I ever went to a psychiatrist and I was diagnosed immediately with ADHD. That's what I went there to be assessed for. It makes sense. But what was missed were some other serious mental health issues, and the medication that I was prescribed, the stimulant medication, sent me into my first psychotic episode, my first manic episode. Sorry. So that being missed and being prescribed something that was incorrect for me had dire consequences. We can look at the symptoms of medication on the surface level, and we can see these symptoms, in appetite, sleep, things like that. But when we're just looking for that, we miss the bigger picture and we miss the consequences of those symptoms. And these consequences can have long, long-lasting implications for someone's life. So we're playing with really big stuff here. And if me working with a psychiatrist at the time, not having a whole treating team, I was kind of at the mercy of that psychiatrist and their judgment. They sort of saw me come in, made a quick assessment and quick judgment, and with that made errors that could have had really disastrous consequences. Well, it did have disastrous consequences, but luckily I made it through. Luckily I'm here today. So that's sort of my first story about being careful and monitoring for symptoms. Oh, and in that, I'll go back a little. I really want to draw attention to the fact that when people access this medication, they're left alone with these side effects and these symptoms. I didn't have anywhere to go for answers. I called the psychiatrist's office and said, I'm having a little bit of paranoia, bit of anxiety, and was told, oh, the psychiatrist isn't available at the moment, so, maybe just take a little bit less of the medication. That should be right. When I came back into him and said, oh, I'm having this psychosis and this is what's going on, I became so anxious that I couldn't even speak. He said, well, you should have stopped taking the medication. It would have been really good to know, but that wasn't communicated to me at the time because we're just left alone, sort of flapping around, trying to do our best, trying to make sense of what's happening to us. So that's my first story. The second story is to draw attention to the importance of communication. So communication with consumers and communication with the wider care team. So the second story I'll share is about when I was prescribed antipsychotics. And a little side effect that happened was that I completely lost my vision. As I tapered up in the medication, one day sort of things became really blurry. Then the next day, really blurry. And the day after that, I really couldn't see clearly at all. I thought I didn't know what was going on. I thought maybe I'd had an aneurysm or something, or it really wasn't explained to me at all. As is the experience for a lot of people, we walk out of the psychiatrist's office with our script, here's your medication, off you go. This is why most of us, I think, get on Google, which is not the best place to go. We get on TikTok, we get on all of these all these apps to try to make sense of things, and they're not the most reputable sources, as we know. So I lost my vision and I called a nurse hotline because luckily I knew that there was some sort of help out there. And then I went to an optometrist, and it was explained to me by the optometrist that antipsychotics can have this side effect. Complete surprise to me, complete news. So I called the psychiatrist's office. He was not available, of course, and I wouldn't have been able to afford an appointment anyway. And was just told to stop taking the medication. So once again, stop taking the medication. So again, who was accountable there? What was the treatment plan? What were we trying to treat? What could happen? I didn't know. That informed consent really wasn't there. And you might be thinking, well, those were some pretty bad psychiatrists. They didn't follow the ethical guidelines. This is clear to me. But these stories that I'm sharing are so common. This is, I think, really the norm. This is what I see from so many people, from my consumers, from my friends, everyone. Third story is over the other page. The third story was from last week, a different psychiatrist. I've had a few. They all have different diagnoses, by the way, of course. So last week I go in for my medication review, and I did flag with my psychiatrist that perhaps I'm heading into a hypomanic episode. I symptom track every day. I know myself fairly well. And he said, no, you couldn't be going into that. If you were, you wouldn't have been able to wait in the waiting room for an hour. Okay. I said, sure. Because he is the expert and we don't argue with the expert. And if I was to argue, then I might not get the treatment that I want, the effective treatment. So, I just say that's fine. Never does he, didn't ask about my appetite, my sleep, or the fact that I was up the night before writing poetry at 2 a.m. with my thoughts absolutely racing. So luckily I know myself, I work in mental health, I have access to this information. But anyway, so I tell that story to kind of draw attention to the importance of person-centred care, remembering that people are the experts on themselves. And we want to work in consultation with our treatment team and our psychiatrists and draw on their expertise. But high functioning is not the same as functioning, and my ability to present well in a psychiatrist's office is just that. It's just evidence of my ability to mask my neurodivergent, to present well, as I've done in spaces, and as I'm doing right now, which, yeah. So those are my key stories, and sort of to summarise, my points were, number one, we need to be so careful, and we can do that really well when psychiatrists and GPs are working with a treatment team, not just drawing on their, one sort of individual, interaction with someone, because sometimes these interactions are 15 minutes, an hour. You can't know someone in that time. Second point is to communicate clearly and to co-collaborate with clients and with consumers, and so that they're really informed, they have the information, they know what their treatment plan is and what the future of that looks like. And then the third point is about person-centred care, paying really careful attention to what they're saying, what people really feel, not just what they're sort of coming in and presenting with according to a textbook. It's so much deeper than that. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm really grateful to be here today.
Thank you, Lauren, for sharing that. And there's some very true things that ring true, I think, from lots of stories I've heard as well. So we'll come back to you in a moment, but I'll let Vicky speak now.
Okay. I suppose that feeds into the work that we have done in relation to addressing the support around medication for our consumers. So I'm going to talk from the point of view of an organisation, a community mental health organisation, Nimi National, who are primarily non-clinical. And as a direct result of funding requirements, we moved to develop a guideline for our staff and for our consumers around having conversations about medication. Because the funding requirement was that we move to medication compliance with our consumers as part of our job. And this is in outreach services with non-clinical staff. So we did do a survey of staff responses to that and what that would look like. And it was very diverse. A lot of people believed it's not my role. I'm not qualified to do that. And of course not. Our staff are not clinicians. However, we had to come up with, I suppose, a way of working with our funding body in order to secure the funding. And we set upon putting together and I will say, a very well done co-design process of creating the Conversations About Medication guideline. One of the key points that came up I suppose straight up, was that our consumers were telling us, and still to this day tell us, they're not being heard by their clinicians, and that they wanted Nimi support services to support them and advocate alongside them around their medication prescribing. So we went, as I said, we went forward and created that guideline. I suppose one of the things that has stuck out for me talking around this was one of those things was that power. So it was mentioned by Richard Osborne actually yesterday around giving away power is an issue for clinicians. And this is something that we felt, or that the consumers were very clear in saying absolutely, that when they go in to have their medication review, that they feel they don't have really a choice or a voice in that. But what was also happening was that Nimi staff who were going along to support them in that and advocate alongside them were also feeling that power imbalance and not being respected or accepted as a valid support person. So can you imagine how the consumer was feeling? So look, we worked together with the consumers, and we came up together. We came up with 4 areas that they believed, we all believed, that was necessary to put into this guideline for people to move forward in being able to properly advocate around their medication. And in this guideline, the 4 areas were: 1, education. And we talk about educating our staff on very basic information, and also educating our consumers. They want to know what type of medication they're being prescribed, and don't just assume that they won't know. This is a big thing of this assumptions being made. And so we want to educate our staff and our consumers. But also so that they have an opportunity to make those decisions around those type of medications. I suppose one of the other things, was just as I said, improving that health literacy side of things. So the second area then that we focused on was something that one of our lived experience workers came up with, was area of concordance. And when we talk of concordance, it's actually a dynamic where the consumer and the clinician reach an agreement together on the plan around their medication. So we took a concordance approach, and that's what we were encouraging our consumers to sit down with the clinicians to do and NEMI would support that process. And the other area then was adherence, that we would support them in adhering to that plan that was made during a concordance meeting. And I suppose the final area then was duty of care, and it's our responsibility to ensure that everybody is safe. And just during the survey that we did with staff, believe it or not, when we talk about health literacy, a vast majority of staff came back when I asked what was their idea of adherence and what was their idea of compliance. A lot of staff came back and said, what's the difference? Aren't they the same thing? So look how important it is when our staff don't know what it is, and we're talking to our consumers and just assuming that they know. So that education, the concordance approach, supporting adherence and duty of care. Thank you.
Thanks, Vicky. It's really helpful to hear those views of someone trying to do something in this area. It also links back, I guess, to what Lauren was saying about, there's misdiagnoses, there's wrong diagnoses, there's also evolving diagnoses and evolving treatments. And I guess that also fits with the idea of concordance because, everybody being on the same page about what it might be rather than what it definitely is a challenge, isn't it? I'll now let Amanda give her main points.
Thanks, Caroline. Just a bit more context about me. So before I moved into academia, I worked for 20 years in New Zealand and the UK, basically in secondary care settings as a mental health pharmacist. So I have worked in a number of settings. I worked with forensic services, hospital inpatient environments, and for most of the time in community teams where I did a lot of liaison work between general practice, specialist mental health and community pharmacy, with really one of the main focuses was trying to look at the safe and effective use of antipsychotics, but particularly with clozapine. And so that's really where I'm kind of speaking from, I suppose, today. And I'm also an Equally Well ambassador, primarily around pharmacy practice and medication, I suppose. Thanks, as Russell pointed out this morning. So I guess I've also got 3 main points. I think 3 main points is the flavour today. Really thinking about medication and managing medication-related problems like side effects. So I think Lauren and Vicky have both touched on them in different ways, but sort of bringing it back to, I suppose, from a pharmacy perspective. So thinking about or a clinical perspective. First of all, shared decision making. So that's the concordance plan. So, medication needs to be really individualised. So no one's going to respond the same way, no one's going to have exactly the same experience on medication, and yet we want to make medication, I think medication for most people is, oh, do I really need to have medication? And it's an acceptance process we all have to go through for whatever we might need to take medication for. So we want to make sure we have information to make a decision, and we want to have time to look at it, we want to have time to discuss it with people, peer workers, our family, and try and make as much an informed decision as we possibly can, and that's going to involve the prescriber and people as well. So coming up with a plan, so it's not that just prescribing, it's about the plan, how are we going to monitor it, what kind of things might I expect to happen to me, what are the risks and benefits of the choice of medications I actually have to make this decision about. So I can't underplay the importance of that time to make that decision and to have the information and to really discuss it, to be as informed as possible, and we might still get it wrong and we might still have a negative experience, but hopefully we've got monitoring and a plan in place so that it can be stopped quickly and go down another pathway. So that was the first thing, I think. The second thing was the importance of communication, which you also both alluded to reduce medication-related problems and harm. People experiencing mental health issues and side effects, and then obviously many times physical health issues as well, are often seeing a multitude of clinicians and prescribers. So, and consequently they then have complex medication regimes. So if all those people involved in that process don't talk to one another, don't communicate that information, if the psychiatrist doesn't know what the GP's been prescribing and vice versa, and then the person who's in the middle of all of this is the consumer and their family, and their support people. So they're the constant there, and so we need to make sure that communication of information is constant and that we're all responsible for it. So every time we see someone, it's almost like just doing a check-in quickly for what they think they're taking at the moment, what medications they're taking, checking to see what they're being prescribed as well, and making sure if you change anything, that information is shared with everybody afterwards as well, because it just can get so confusing. And that's when we have medication errors and we have things that we don't want to happen, negative experiences. I think the third thing sort of follows along from that is the need for regular medication review. We've talked about evolving symptoms, we've talked about evolving side effects, more medications get added, we experience different side effects, different treatment burden, and we need to bring it back and we need to do medication review regularly. So I think also utilising the funded services that are available in community pharmacy and that pharmacists can actually provide as well. So a meds check that can be done on a 12-monthly basis for people who it's done in the pharmacy, they can do a medication review, and it's just about checking in with people as how they're taking their medicines, about understanding what they're for, understanding what side effects they might experience and that kind of thing. And then if there are problems, there's also the possibility of having a home medicines review. So a pharmacist, again, on a sort of 12-monthly basis can actually undertake a home medicines review and actually spend much more time with someone. It doesn't have to be in their home, it can be an environment that both people agree on, but that's just the aim of the actual review process. So, you know, and a GP and a psychiatrist or any other specialist can refer someone for that service if they think the person's experiencing medication-related problems. So I think they're underutilised services, particularly in mental health, and there's something we can pick up on. Yeah, I think that was my points.
Thank you, Amanda. That's very helpful, and certainly I agree. As a GP, I can attest to the benefit of a good quality home medicine review. Often they're actually just telling me to do things I've already done, which is nice. You kind of go, oh, I've already checked their thyroid function and tick, tick, tick. But it can be helpful because sometimes there's interactions that a pharmacist knows about that as a GP I wouldn't be as familiar with, particularly when you're getting into complex regimes. Now, Rod, you're the psychiatrist in the group. You get to go last, so you have to add to these wonderful things. Please share your thoughts with us.
I'll start with, if you like, the easy part. I think the easy part is, yes, using medications well is a team endeavour. And there's different ways of making it a team endeavour. One right or wrong way of doing it, but it's really important to do it. And the issue of, I think, of not just whoever the prescriber is, whether it's a psychiatrist, whether it's a GP, or whether it's somebody else, is actually, I think actually it's incredibly difficult to actually help the consumer actually feel they can ask the question. And I think that's a really difficult dynamic, which the doctor often ends up on the wrong end of as well. I think both end up in the wrong end. And I'd point out, I think some of the work that the New South Wales Mental Health Commission did there, actually with consumers and with clinicians, about creating postcards to actually support the discussion, and the idea there are cues there about a discussion is okay, and it's okay to have that discussion, whether it's that, but actually the things that create an environment that encourage it are important, because lots of things get in the way of open communication, no matter what the desire is on both sides. I think another thing is that, you know, it is really important to not set and forget that even if something is going really well, things change. And as an old age psychiatrist, you know, I get the privilege of seeing what happens when things go wrong and when things go right over a long time. And so side effects change with age or when different things happen. So does the effect of medication. But just because someone is doing really well for 10 years doesn't mean there shouldn't be regular review. And I think it's too easy just to let things keep on going. I think the harder discussion is, and the reason we have these discussions is, we need to also remember though that actually psychiatric medications do good as well as harm. And I think we can lose sight of that. And I think even as psychiatrists, we can start to question, well, yeah, where is the balance? And it's been a lot of work looking at that in the last 5 years. And actually the results, particularly looking at people who've got a diagnosis of schizophrenia and on antipsychotics, are striking and opposite of what the investigators expected. that actually a marked reduction in death for people with schizophrenia on regular antipsychotics. A really marked reduction. And so we need to remember that therefore we know there's all the side effects, we know we have to do better, but we do have to do better because actually they're doing something really important. And so I think we've got to keep that context when we're having our discussions. And I'll come back to a story. And it's a consumer story, but it's the impact it had on me because it was a video that I was shown from a consumer advocate who'd been given the video to share, not share publicly, but share with individuals. And what it was an older person who had a diagnosis of schizophrenia, who was in palliative care, and who was pleading to be allowed to die sane. The other side of the concern about medications is taking them off without being clear actually why the person is on them in the first place, and discussing with the person about actually what's the value of the medication for them, or when they get older and they may not be able to tell you for a variety of reasons, to go back and find out. So I think part of good medication use is also knowing when to continue as well as to reduce or to cease.
Yes, thank you. I've certainly counselled many young GPs who have made that mistake of saying, you look really well, I'm just going to stop these medications, and without actually taking the time to talk to other, family members and other people and getting a little bit of longitudinal history. So that's a very mindful reminder. So maybe, Lauren, I'll come back to you and I'll call for you for questions, so start thinking. But I guess as I was listening to all that, it sounds like there are strategies that, there's a language around concordance, there's, there's postcards, there's ways of professionals to communicate. Thinking from your experience or from other people you've spoken to, what are some of the ones that are most likely to put you in a position where you can get the information you need? Is it the conversation, or is it a resource, or is it a mixture of things? I mean, what do you think would be the most useful if we had to put our energy somewhere?
Question. Lots of questions, but not always the answers. What would be useful? I suppose, yes, it's always good to have visuals, and it is good to walk out. I'm someone who, really struggles with memory, so I make lots of notes while I'm in there and walk out. Something I've developed, I suppose, through trial and error and realising where the gap was. But not everyone has that. So perhaps if it were part of regular practice that, people do walk out with resources and something in their hands. What about, ensuring that consumers do understand what their medication is treating, what the suspected diagnoses are, what the potential risks are, through that literally being signed, some regulation there, some psychiatrists really being held accountable. And I'm sure that they are, and I know that they're doing the best that they can. But with these, errors that happened with me and that happen with so many people I know, how are they happening and why is that still the norm? So I don't have all the answers, but that's some of my thoughts.
That's very helpful, and I think it also comes back to how good are clinicians at communicating uncertainty. It takes a bit of courage as a clinician to be able to say to a patient, I don't know. I found it's gotten easier as I've gone on in my career, because you don't know because you really don't know, as opposed to because you're incompetent. So that is helpful to think about the things, and so that then comes to this question about how much information, because I'm pretty sure I was certainly taught, and I think this is a question probably for Rod and Amanda, this notion of, if you tell people everything you could tell them about a medication, they'd never take it, and particularly for someone who's on a treatment order, that's maybe not a good idea because then they won't take it. How do you deal, or they might, my situation, someone's very anxious and you don't want to make them more anxious. In general practice, we do a thing called safety netting, where we say, I don't think this will happen to you, but here are 3 things that you need to tell me if they do happen. How do you guys deal with that tension between giving people enough information to make an informed choice, but not so much information that you actually make them more worried and maybe not take a medication that they actually need to take, perhaps? Or you can comment too, Vicky.
Just jumping quickly on that. it's sometimes asking them how much information do they want to know. Yeah.
The unknown unknowns, but yes.
Yeah. I think it's about trying to assess what the point the person's at and actually what they can even take in at that point in time. So it might be, it's always just checking in, like, what kind of information would you like, when do you want it, and what format do you want it in. It comes back to the number of conversations we've had in the last 2 days about literacy as well, is about making sure that there's a match for the person, working with asking about having a support person. I think most of us, again, it comes back to what would we want to know? If we put ourselves in those shoes all the time, if this was me sitting there, what would I want to know? How would I want to know it? So would I want someone with me? Yes, most likely. If this is about a big decision I've got to make about starting a medication, I'm going to go out of here and forget half of the information. I need someone with me. So I think, and then making sure we have got access to resources for people that match all those different levels. So some that's visual, some that's got minimum information when it's just an overview of medications, perhaps for a certain illness. Then it might be more specific if you were going to have to make a decision about particular ones. And I think, and coming back to your point about the risks and benefits are really important. You want to give people information, and you want to not just highlight all the bad things that might happen to someone. You do need to talk about, well, what are the benefits? Why? What should we expect this medication or this treatment to actually do? What are some of the ways you're going to be able to see whether it's actually working? But I think that's a problem with medications that we often are using for physical health problems for people who are on antipsychotics and mood stabilisers and things. We're using them for prevention. And so stopping, you actually don't really notice necessarily that you're actually taking them, except for side effects, because you don't see that it's actually helping your blood cholesterol or something like that. So it's difficult, and more medications we end up taking, it's just, I think people just feel like they feel like they rattle, so being aware of that.
Thank you. I think that's certainly been my experience as a GP when my patients come back, and the solution is always another tablet, not one less, usually another one on top of, and it is quite challenging, isn't it, when you get that medication burden. So I don't know, Rod, do you have some views on that, or maybe also some strategies you use to reduce the side effects?
I agree. First of all, I think the key question is asking what the person wants to know. I've normally got a very short list of things I think a person must know. If I'm prescribing antipsychotic for someone who's got dementia, I will discuss stroke risk. Just won't prescribe it without doing that. Whether it's with the person, if it's early, or whether it's with the carer. Interesting enough, though, open discussion, I've never had someone say they wouldn't take it after having that discussion. So I think we need to be open to having the discussions. But then it normally is, I think, two things. It is actually asking the person what else they'd like to know, or do they want to know more? I can go through a long list, or I do encourage them to read and come back next time and let's have the discussion next time, because they all will anyway. And I think that's when the most important discussion is often the second one rather than the first one. It's just as an important discussion, though, reducing the medication. And I've had to also learn that it's acceptable for someone to say, no, I don't want to reduce the medication, that actually I do prefer the side effects than the risk. And that took me a long time of actually working with someone for about 12 months trying to convince them to reduce their medication because it was just unsafe. But they were happy that it was unsafe because the benefits for them after 20 years of being unwell were they just did not want to touch it. And it took me a long while to accept that, but that was a really important lesson for me. So both ways, I think it's about the discussion, but often I think the second visit is important. And yes, I don't know. I rarely say, I can guarantee this is going to do this. I discuss, this is what I hope it's going to do. Both ways, for good and bad.
So it's a bit of a balancing act. We need a balance. Vicky, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I think one of the really important things, and I suppose a strategy that our staff support service users to put together strategies to be able to adhere to their medication. So when they do get their plan, okay, how the hell am I going to manage this? Often, like myself, I forget to take a vitamin in the morning, you go home and it's still there 2 days later, you go, oh, that was Wednesday's vitamin and today's Sunday. So it's about supporting that process for each individual, and each individual will be different. But one of the most important things, and I think for clinicians, is that sense of caring and connectiveness with the person that they're treating. And I just want to reflect on something that somebody said to me today, who has been at a Equally Well conference previously and is now at this one. And it's a lot of the same people, but they've said to me, wow, it's really different this year. All the people that are the keynote speakers that are presenting are much more humanized than they were before. Isn't that beautiful? In that they're actually able to make a connection. And I think that's so important when, being a treating clinician. So that's one of the, I suppose, for us as a community mental health organisation, coming from a recovery-orientated approach, or what we are, I suppose, our model of practice is collaborative relational practice. That's what we do, and it's very important.
Yeah, thank you. Rod?
Another thing I encourage the psychiatry trainees to do, but I'd encourage everybody to do, is there's an article, which I'm almost certain is open access, by Pat Deegan, who actually writes about her journey of medication use. And it's really, really valuable. It's very short, but it's her story of her journey and the goods and the bads of it, but the need to be on that journey. And I think that idea that actually medication use is a journey and you've got to work with the person on that journey is a really important concept. And what's good for them at one stage may not be good later, and vice versa.
Yep, and that's where the Health Talk website comes in as well. Very good place to go to get information about people's experience of taking various medications. So let's move, in the last 10 minutes or so, let's move to some questions from the room. There's someone up there. Can someone got the mic to run around? There's... Oh, okay. Yes, can you monitor that and let me know? Yep. So there's someone up the back and then there. So one here and then you're second. This lady here, thanks. Oh, that'd be lovely to have some help. Thank you. Thanks, John. Thank you, John.
Is that on? Yeah. Yeah, my concern comes from being a mother of a child who takes medications. He's 17 and he has to go from his paediatrician to a psychiatrist. Now, he does not want to have another doctor or anyone knowing about his conditions and what medications he's on, but we're basically being forced to see a psychiatrist because the paediatrician can't take his medication and his GP is not allowed to prescribe the medication that he takes. So what option do carers, parents, children have through that lifespan of taking medication and growing up? So, the last day and today, I've heard about shared care plans. How does that actually work for like a 17-year-old who's trying to get these medications that are working for him? He doesn't want to change, but he can't find a psychiatrist because there's such a huge wait list for psychiatrists. I'm from Canberra. And he feels really comfortable with his paediatrician, but she can't continue that care.
Yeah, that's a very important question. It's the transition of care for young people with complex illness in any field is very tricky. Same for people with cystic fibrosis, a lot of those groups. Does someone have an answer to that problem? Because it is a tricky one, that transition from child-based care to adult-based care.
It's not just child to adult, it's also adult to see when people move or move into residential care. Transitions are really hard. It doesn't solve it, doesn't give you an answer now, but I really think the key thing is they will happen, and I actually think it needs planning a year or two ahead now, if you possibly can, because I think that is the timelines that can be required, and we need to be talking about that planning.
On a brighter note, I have had some paediatricians in my area who have seen some of my patients up until the age of 20 to exactly deal with that problem. Now up the back.
Yeah, g'day, Rod. Yeah. One of the things I used to do when I was working as a peer worker was going back to Patricia Deegan. She wrote a leaflet and it was called Regaining Power in Medication Conversations with Your Doctor. And it gave strategies that the consumers could use to take in, written down, to go in and see their doctor to talk about medication. It was a fabulous tool. It's out there somewhere. I've just got to find it.
Thank you. If you can find it, please do share it with the Equally Well crew. Michael.
Yeah, I'll talk like a manic chipmunk just to get through this. What Gwen just said, 20 years in a mental health service as an advocate, I used to give the consumers questions to ask your doctor. We've had them for years. And people that don't use them, I wonder why they don't. You sit down and you go through them with them, and it's that prior preparation prevents something poor performance thing. And so that when they go in there, even the doctor can understand it. Sorry, Rod. And the other thing I encourage them to do too is keep track of their medication over a period of a month, breakfast, lunch and dinner, and how they were feeling, so that even a doctor can see what's wrong when they look at it, instead of trying to come up with something that the doctor doesn't think you know what you're talking about because you're going, I think about 2 weeks ago this. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the thing that really cheesed me off and got me passionate with the side effects years ago, when we used to use the LUNSES tool, the University Neuroleptic Side Effects Rating Scale tool, to reduce the side effects, was when my daughter had a side effect from taking an antipsychotic and it nearly killed her. So I sat around at a clinical governance committee asking every doctor and clinician in there, tell me if there's any side effects she needs to look out for. I work here now, so I'm going to look after her. She's going to get better treatment. Bullshit, that didn't happen. She rang me up one day and said, Dad, I'm getting a tingling tongue. By the time I got down to her, she was twisted up on the footpath, swollen neck, and nearly choking to death. And I can't even remember getting her to the emergency department. And they obviously, you know what I'm going to say, they stuck a Cogentin drip in her arm, and 10 minutes later she was back to normal. My point was, all I wanted to know, and what you should tell the consumer, is what's the terrible side effects and what's the early warning signs of those side effects. And if you don't do that, then you're negligent, in my book. And it happens far too often, and it's still happening, and it needs to stop happening. And I've retired from the mental health service now, Rob, but I haven't stopped from speaking up for consumers, and especially that one. If there's bad side effects, you know, dystonia, that swelling up and all that other stuff you get from one of the side effects, well then you should tell the consumer to watch out for that. That's not putting it in their head, making them imagine it. That's giving them an early warning sign to something that could possibly kill them.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. And it's also a very important reminder about the benefit of family knowing you're on medication. That's a difficult conversation I have in general practice when people don't want anyone else to know they're on medication. And I say sometimes an ally can help you to watch for some of those things and be with you on that journey, which is something like you've described as an experience. But not everybody wants that to be shared, sometimes because they get stigmatising views from family members, which can be challenging. There was a question here now.
I'd like to ask everybody how they're, or whether or not they're excited about the upcoming and broader knowledge about pharmacogenomics and testing, especially in the psychosocial medication regimes.
Fantastic question. Individualised prescribing. Is it on the horizon? It's been promised for so long, hasn't it? Who wants to comment?
I'm excited if we can actually get it to work. I'm not yet convinced that we've got it in a stage that it actually is a useful tool for most people. There are exceptions, and it's fantastic when the exceptions are there, but I think we've got a long way to go. Great thing to hope for.
Well, I've been involved in it with Professor Wu, and although it didn't actually help me with the medication journey that I went on, because I'm actually reacting really badly to everything that was green lighted, but at least it gave a better starting point than just, this is cheaper, we'll chuck her on that first. And if it doesn't kill her, all well and good. But 5 medications later, I was getting a little bit desperate to not be put in a dangerous situation, especially as the 4th, 5th and 6th medication, I was no longer inpatient and not being supervised. So, but it is, I think, a very wonderful tool, especially if we have more gene sets in the studies, and so that they have even more comprehensive knowledge about how medications work or don't work for for certain people.
Yeah, wonderful. And I think that's certainly the way I see it being used now, is for people who have tried many medications. It does have a role in giving more information, doesn't it? I'm looking forward to the day that we as GPs can also do it, but we're not quite there, you know, because it's yet not cost effective to do it at a large scale for everybody. But I agree, it doesn't make sense if it can help to not give it to people. That's a good idea. Now, we're only going to take 2 more questions. So this lady in the front and then that lady, and then we'll have to draw it to a close.
Hi, I'm from a regional area and we have a really hard time finding a GP and finding a GP who will talk about medication reduction or coming off medication is impossible because they refer to psychiatrists as being the experts on that decision making. And if the psychiatrists in the area are unaffordable, what can we do to reduce the effects of the antipsychotics on our physical health?
I don't have an answer to that complex question. I mean, certainly I'm aware that the RNZCP has been given funding to create a diploma of psychiatry specifically to train GPs in areas of great need to step in as a role substitution for some of that. But that's going to be a long time coming to address that concern. And I think there's a few things we need, but more consultation liaison models where the GP can phone and speak to a psychiatrist and get advice and do it, which is really what Amanda was talking about, rather than having to send someone off somewhere else. I think a lot more of that could be done in a consultation liaison way, but we don't have the systems yet to properly fund that or to support it.
The only other thing I was going to add is that a lot of the research we've been doing recently is working with GPs and community pharmacists in regional and remote areas, and actually the two working really closely together. So sometimes the delay in getting to see a GP was very difficult, but then the community pharmacy was picking up some of the monitoring and support work when someone had been started on a new medicine or were transferring medicines and things like that. So again, it's about working as a team and using the resources that are available in that regional area.
And I think the other thing is, I mean, because Hetty's run a course, it was designed initially specifically for GPs. And the difficulty is once they become more involved, they actually start losing money in their practice quite quickly. So effectively, it's a multi-pronged problem, which doesn't help you now. I think there's an awareness, but there's lots of things that need to change.
That one and one more.
Yeah, just a quick question. So I work as an exercise physiologist in the NDIS sector and work with a lot of complex psychosocial disabilities. And I've had a lot of clients that I work with who are really resistant to start psych medications because of weight gain. And it might seem trivial, but it is honestly the biggest barrier that people tell me about. They say, I don't want to gain weight by going on this medication. And so they go through these significant mental health concerns because they're resistant to take the medication. I operate from a very much health at every size approach, and I want to know how we can facilitate more of a health at every size approach from the wider clinical community and from GPs and psychiatrists and psychologists to make sure people are actually getting the most important benefits out of their medications.
Like to respond to that? Do you have a thought, Lauren or Vicky? Do you have any?
You reminded me of the exact same question that I came up against, the exact same fear when I was prescribed antipsychotics. One thing I knew about them was that they make people gain weight. And I thought, is it better to be skinny and crazy, were the words I was using, or fat and sane? Terrible words to use, and I had to make that decision. And that's what I see in the consumers that I work with now, struggling with that. It's a very good question.
It's important. First of all, it's a real problem, but it is different for different medications. And I think so the other thing is, I think it's important to be able to have an informed discussion around what the options are. And the other thing in terms of starting medication, you can start the conversation with what are the side effects that most concern you, and that can influence what's prescribed. So I think that conversation about what's important is another part, and encouraging people to go in prepared for that conversation.
So I'm sorry we're eating into the break, but I think we can manage it. Last one.
Thanks for that opportunity. Amanda, hi, my name is Arani. I had the joy of going to a 4-day conference last year on psychosis in Perugia, Italy, and there was a talk, one Dutch pharmacist and doctor that had started doing tapering with the antipsychotic medication, so going down by 0.1 milligrams. So instead of going from 10 to 7.5, 7.5, 5, 5, 2.5, which often has the consequences it has. I just wondered if you've heard of any pharmacists in Australia now doing that, because he was actually offering to send the scripts to Holland and then they would make it up for you there. But, you know, I don't know, probably breaks the law. But it'd be great if that could be done here, because like my son, you know, we went from 7.5 to 5 and boom, back we are in, well, you know where. And whereas if you went down, what they've found with the studies is you go down 7.5, 7.4, 7.3, 7.2, and you find that perfect spot.
Yeah, it's
like a lower dose spot.
going low and slow, going up and doing the same in reverse when someone's starting and doing the same when someone's stopping. Sometimes people can, again, it's individualised. Some people can stop and actually have no problems. Other people try stopping and it's terrible. Others go slowly over a week. It's so individualised, and I think it's then about working with, once you know if that's how you tend to respond, then it's about flagging it and saying, look, you know, even if I'm not this time, I don't know, but I'd really like to go slow and I want to go as slow as possible, and then trying to work with a pharmacy to actually, they can use or give you a tablet cutter, and you can end up breaking a tablet into, you know, tiny amounts, and it's just about taking it down as slow as you can manage. You know, I mean, you don't want to have to go through making solutions and things up to do it, but it's, you know, sometimes you can take it down to every second day if medicines have got a long half-life, and so they actually work across more than 24 hours. There's lots of ways of managing it, but it's trying to work with the person to find the best way of doing it to stop. Sorry? No. The main way would be to actually have them all cut up into small parts as you possibly can.
Okay, I'm getting the wind up, guys. So I'm going to say thank you, everyone, for coming and for this wonderful conversation.
People online to, they've mainly just supported Lauren's comments. So just so you know that you've got a lot of support for those things.
Thank you.
So thank you, everybody. We're going to take a break. We're coming back at 3:20. Then we're going to have the inaugural Mental Health Equally Well Awards. So look forward to that, especially if you're a nominee. Thanks, everybody.
over, and then we want John to jump in, and we will get.
Oh, actually do a full. Okay, right.
Yeah, except that lights.
I'll speak. I'll be standing there, you know, wooden hand.
So you.
My whole Vanna Weiss, you know.
Yes.
Sorry, but no one knows about. Please come. Please come.
Them in order. The rest goes well. Thank you, Kate. Sorry.
Well, it's the.
Lovely to
hold
see
on.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, that program's not right. Though.
Yeah, so in this stretch break,
We'll get the award winners out.
we're going to say, can all the award winners go out there and you'll have a group photo.
Okay.
Okay?
Half.
Thank you.
When we have them,
Sorry?
we haven't got this up on the screen, have we? Just talking to this
We have an awards.
station, and
Yeah.
does it show what they've done?
Yeah.
Okay. Also at the time, we didn't really have a concept of recovery in mental health, particularly for serious mental health illnesses. So when I was ill during the late 80s and early 90s, there was no kind of real concept of people with a serious mental illness recovering. By 2000, things had changed significantly, and we increasingly saw an emphasis on recovery. But at no time in that point, certainly for me, was anyone watching my physical health. Something that we know is that if you have a serious mental illness, you're much more likely to die at a younger age. Estimates show that that can be 12 to 19 years earlier than the general population. And the main cause of that is physical health problems, long-term physical health problems. We know that to be a fact. So when we are treating someone within the mental health system, and that is likely to be long-term ongoing treatment, we know that in later life, there's a physical health impact. That might be people experiencing a severe mental illness, having a higher prevalence of cardiovascular diseases. We know that in depression, it's 2 to 3 times more common for people to experience cardiovascular diseases. Mental illness increases the risk of diabetes and diabetic complications. We again know that comorbid depression worsens clinical outcomes and increases the chances of people experiencing type 2 diabetes. And whilst across the general population, we've made big strides in tackling the causes of cancer, a person with a serious mental illness is still 2.5 times more likely to develop cancer than the general population. Risk factors that we know of include smoking, poor diet, low levels of exercise, stress, antipsychotic medication. Poverty is a big factor, alcohol, but also within the health system, diagnostic overshadowing, a lack of physical health checks, and a lack of physical health interventions, particularly at the early stages of mental health care treatment. We campaign for better access to mental health services, but actually at the same time, we're overlooking the problems of accessing services around our physical health. Just to give a little bit of background on me, I started smoking regularly at 14 years of age. That's a big red flag. The following year, I was drinking alcohol regularly and excessively, so I was 15 by that stage. Another big red flag. And between 1991 and 2000, I had frequent psychiatric hospital admissions. 2 or 3 hospital admissions every year, often for at least a month. Again, that's another red flag that there may be a future with physical health complications. 2000 and 2001, I started my recovery. I stopped drinking alcohol for a start. My admissions to hospital stopped. Smoking cessation was not encouraged. Actually, it was common for people to say, you're doing so well, let's not do anything to change what's going on. This isn't the right time to stop smoking. So smoking was never an issue that was addressed by the mental health system. We want recovery to look like a nice, straightforward line where we go from illness back to something like normality, whatever normality means. That's the myth of recovery. We actually know that that journey can be quite messy. And there's lots of twists and turns along that journey. And within that, as we recover mentally, we might then start to recognize that there are things not going too well with our physical health. Running the clock forward a little bit, 15 years later, I finally stopped smoking. I had made the successful transition back to work. I was married with a family, no hospital admissions for 15 years. From a recovery point of view, that looks good. However, 2015, I was diagnosed with asthma. 2019, I had a diagnosis of diabetes type 2. And in 2021, I needed major open heart surgery. All of that looks as though it's because of previous lifestyle issues. Recovery is not just about our mental health recovery. It's about a whole process of looking at our health, managing illness and symptoms, making informed choices both to support our physical and our emotional well-being. It's looking at our home situation, having a stable and safe place to live, and a purpose, reconnecting with meaningful daily activities, having independence, and being part of the wider community, having those relationships, those social networks, those friendships and love. But we need an approach that treats the whole person, both in terms of health and in social care, looking at all of the factors that go on for that. But today, I want us to think about what a different approach looks like. Risk factors associated with long-term physical health conditions are still prevalent for people like myself with a background and a lived and living experience of serious mental health issues. We need to look at how we can start to address physical health seriously and from an early stage. Why is diagnostic overshadowing still an issue? Why do we still have poor access to regular physical health checks as routine? And knowing that a mental health condition can lead to physical health problems in later life, what physical health interventions can we build in for an early stage through to recovery? Once I'd recovered, I was discharged from the mental health system, and then this assumption that everything was normal. No one looked to tackle that 20, 25 years of abuse that my body took through my experiences of living with a mental health condition. We also need to think about the language that we use there, because it would be easy and is easy to use language and approaches that can be accused of fat shaming or patient blaming. So we really need to start thinking together with people with lived and living experiences of how best we tackle those physical health issues that are still prevalent for people today. With that, I'm going to hand back over and open up for questions and discussion.
Thanks, Chris. That's fantastic and a really powerful example of a life trajectory and hopefully something that's going to be a thing of the past. So there's an opportunity for questions from the floor or comments from the floor. I might, Chris, I know last time you spoke, you talked about your open heart surgery and some of the secondary, I guess, outcomes from that in terms of your mental health. Can you talk to us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so I had open heart surgery in October 2021. As I said, that was probably as a result of some of the health issues that had been ongoing and prevalent throughout my background. It was complicated in the fact that 2 months after heart surgery, I also had had lost a kidney because of a surgery complication. However, one of the things that was different about that serious experience of physical health problems and potentially life-threatening health problems was the psychological impact of that. It was very, very different psychological impact to the psychological impacts I'd felt during my severe bouts of depression. By this stage, I was well into recovery. I had a sense of purpose and identity. I knew where I wanted to be. And then you have this physical health problem that can interfere with that. That can be a serious knockback. And we know that physical health conditions can have a big impact on our mental health and well-being. One of the things that was very, very fortunate for me and is not generally routine was that I had access to cardiac psychology. And cardiac psychology took a very, very different approach of looking at the very serious issues that I may face moving forward that may not change, and looking at how we address or manage those issues going forward. That was really, really useful in that process of maintaining my mental health during a stage of high anxiety around my physical health.
Great, thanks, Chris. So we have another question from the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. My name's Sharon. Something you said during your talk resonated where you'd said once your mental health was better managed, that you then could talk and think more to your physical health. I'm wondering if you would think back, because often, you know, it's well down the track by then and you've established physical health conditions. So is there anything that you would say or do differently or suggest, particularly for the health professionals in the room, but also for consumers and families, to try and move that clock back earlier? It was just interesting what you said, that it wasn't until after your mental health was steadier that you had headspace to think about your physical health, was what I took from what you said.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, I date my recovery to early 2000, mainly because that's where my last hospital admission was. And so it's a nice, easy point. You know, when I started to recover, I think it was probably about a year, 2 years after that point that I kind of looked back and went, oh, I've not been in hospital. What's going on here? And there's not this moment of psychic change. Then there's this gradual process. But at 2 years, things were stable. Things were looking good. I was managing without crisis intervention. That was the first time in a long, long time. I guess it was probably around 2010, so 10 years after that point, when I started kind of going, what about my physical health? And started to approach my general practitioner and other health services of, you know, okay, I need to start thinking about my physical health. But it was me that had to be proactive in that. Whilst at that sort of early stage of recovery, I was still getting support from mental health services. There's this kind of thing where it feels as though you're either unwell or you're now well and functioning. There's no transition in that care. And I think, you know, at that 2 year point where you suddenly, where for me, I kind of had this awakening that things have changed, actually that might have been a good point to start having those discussions of okay, what do we need to address? We've got 25 years of poor maintenance of physical health. What do we need to start addressing? But that intervention didn't happen at any stage.
It's Chris. I'm just conscious of the. Oh, we've got one last quick question. Perhaps at the back. Sorry, we've got to give everyone a turn. So, and while Sonia's going back with the microphone, I think that's such a great point when we think about, you talk about holistic health, and in mental health and health we go, oh, the person's okay now, they're good now. But really, this is when we should be doing promotion, health promotion and preventive action to avoid the heart transplants and the loss of kidney 20 years later. We should understand that this is a risk factor, 20 years in sort of mental health services, etc. So the people are just not ill or well. We need to keep thinking about a health promotion, prevention, early intervention about everybody's, particularly in GP land and also any clinician really. Last quick question.
Yes, as comment really, I guess, for professionals as well, is that because of interaction, a lot of interactions with the health service, I was scared of health services, and I have a trauma background as well. So when my physical health does need addressing, my mental health is not addressed. They don't consider the impact of that having to get treatment and how it affects my mental health. And that's been so deterring for me to get my physical health taken care of because of that past trauma.
Chris, did you have a comment, a response in response to that comment?
Yeah, I think at the end I'd said we need to be mindful of the approaches that we take, and I'd mentioned it's very easy for people to feel as though they are blamed for their physical health conditions, but also, yes, we may have had poor experiences or traumatic experiences. Particularly with things like diagnostic overshadowing. When I go to a doctor and they kind of go, well, actually, that's probably just down to your mental health without exploring that, that is going to put people off accessing physical health services. Also, we're aware that we may have done damage to our bodies, and there's a fear in moving forward to physical healthcare support, a fear of, well, what actually might we find? So we need to think about how we work with people with lived and living experiences to bridge that divide that can exist there between access to services.
Chris, thank you. I think you've given a fantastic lived experience picture of the complexity and the trajectory that we're working with and seek to improve every day. So on behalf of us here, can we please all thank Chris White?
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks. We're going to have another stretch, is that right? We're going to get the stretcher here. And we had planned on getting all the award winners out to go at the back for a photo, but is that possible as well in the meantime? We quickly do that while you stretch them good, all right? Well, we take a short break for the photo. Sorry?
Stretch first, then we'll break. I'll be quick. Stretch quickly.
Okay, okay.
Alrighty. Back to no microphone. I actually got this as a bit of a movement, so it's not so
I do understand there's a subsequent piece he's doing for the Lancet Commission now with 3 other papers which are sort of coming out of that. He may or may not talk about that, but Joe is really one of the research leaders. He's done, someone else referenced some of his meta-analyses that he was first author on as well. I think one of the other great things about Joe that I really thank him for is he managed to make it rain in Manchester for 3 days last week, which meant that Australia managed to keep the Ashes. So thank you, Joe, for that. That was good. I hope it's sunny there now. So could we all welcome Joe Firth? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Russell, for the kind introduction. I'm glad you enjoyed the rain of Manchester. It only rains when the Australians visit. Other than that, it's always beautiful, beautiful weather. Okay, can you see my presentation though? I just thought I'd check that before I start.
It's perfect.
Yep. Right, yeah, great.
And
great,
it's good.
Great. So thanks everybody for coming along. I can't see any of you guys, so I'm sorry I couldn't be joining you there in person. It sounds like a fantastic program, but it's a little bit far for a 20-minute talk, but I do want to come back. I know there's a lot of people there speaking who I know and work with and stuff. Missing you all, so I'm looking forward to coming back hopefully for a visit at some point, but 20 minutes is probably enough of me. I get boring after that anyway. So we've got this 20 minutes now where I'm just going to talk about the process that we're going through and also the research that's underpinning the update of the Lancet Psychiatry Commission on protecting physical health in mental illness. So I'll just give a lot of people here were even involved in the original commission, so I'll not talk much about that, but just go into some of a little overview of that, and then we'll, and then tell you about what the type of research that's been coming out since, and the avenues that are being explored for updating this and driving the impact. So let's go. Okay, I assume everybody here at the Equally Well Symposium, I usually do this at the psychiatry conferences, I guess, but everybody here will be very familiar with the saying, healthy body, healthy mind. It's something that pervades everybody's understanding of health, really. It's something that is well accepted by all types of health professionals and the general population. It's well supported by all types of research from every different field, really, from the physical health fields and the mental health fields, and something as old as time. However, this is not the way that our healthcare systems are set up. They somehow don't really seem to take this into account. And this is a funny little cartoon, but that really paints the sad picture of how a lot of people treated for mental illness or physical health conditions can actually feel when dealing with healthcare services. Obviously, as you can see here, the cartoon kind of depicting how the body is, often neglected in mental health care, and maybe even at the expense of treating mental health. That's the kind of toll it takes. And then vice versa as well. A lot of people receiving treatment for physical health conditions feel like it's a very medical thing that doesn't take into account the psychological impact. So really, just trying to say that the basis for this idea was about protecting physical health in the original commission and really bringing physical health as a core component into the care of people with mental illness, rather than just treating the mental illness. We're treating people living with these conditions, and thus we should be protecting the body and the mind. And this was the basis for the original commission, which a lot of people are probably familiar with, and a lot of people also helped out with, obviously. A really broad team from all across the world and all different types of professions, bringing together, obviously, psychiatrists, exercise physiologists, range of allied health professionals, public health people, global health people, and it was really a big endeavor that came together quite nicely back in 2019. And there's some other infographics and stuff online, but here's the main blueprint, so to speak, of 3 things: areas requiring further recognition from obviously everything that we reviewed for the commission, actions for health policy services, and promising areas for future research across various different levels of care. And we've decided now to move forward. Well, we've been asked by the Lancet themselves to kind of bring this forward and update it. So a first thing that we're doing is looking at the impact of the original commission. It's been very encouraging to see that the type of impact that these things can have. It's been used by NHS clinical commissioning groups to actually get funding to start new initiatives in mental health care, exercise stuff, diet stuff, various range of different in various psychiatric hospitals and also community mental health care settings. It's received a lot of research funding to really pursue the aims, as you saw, the further need for research from UKRI, from NHMRC, a lot of people are taking these things forward. And then it's been cited in a lot of public health guidelines and used by various different bodies and things like that, even as far as the Taiwanese Society of Psychiatry updating their integration of physical health statements on that as well. So it's been good to see the impact, and we're hoping to kind of look at what worked for driving the impact in these updated documents. So that's what's next. And so far, we've really been given a very open book by the Lancet, so to speak, on how we produce follow-up pieces, and there's not going to be a specific limit. But so far, we've identified 3 areas to be covered by separate follow-up pieces, and putting together the teams and the concept for those. So one is very much focused on the like overarching the public health, the public mental health approach towards integrating physical health and the care of and the protection of physical health on a public health scale. So that is around really looking at our health policies and public health initiatives. You know, obviously they're good for reaching the general population. That's how they confer their effects for things like reducing alcohol intake or for things like cutting down smoking. They've been quite effective over recent years, but those public health initiatives are often quite not very inclusive and do not really reach people living with severe mental illness who probably would require those or be more at risk of those type of behaviours. So it's looking at repurposing those in various different global settings, obviously in low and middle income countries, in our high income countries where we're not doing well on that either. And Russell's already been helping us out with that, and he's really interested in that field as well. And we've also got the equally well kind of counterpart to some degree of Russell, Peter Byrne in the UK, who's head of public mental health here with the Royal College, leading that. So that's one area that I think really requires further attention at the minute, and how we can actually adapt public health policy to at least address the needs of people living with severe mental illness and make sure public health schemes are inclusive. The other area is the least of my areas, really, looking at more like because I'm not a psychiatrist, obviously, but this is going to be updating. There's been loads of new research, loads of new drug discovery, loads of new trials, looking at how we can improve prescribing to take physical health more in mind. So there was a lot on this in the original commission led by Dan Siskind, who might be there today or might not, and he's working with Toby Pillinger and Fiona Cochran and some of the other psychiatrists who produced guidelines for the Maudsley Hospital and things like that, looking at what we can be doing better in terms of prescribing and in various different settings as well, because the first commission only really focused on high income settings. And since then, we've received a lot of interesting feedback from psychiatrists working across the world who say, you know, without the access to these expensive medications, the POF ones, some of those recommendations are not very useful. And there's different type of side effects to manage in those settings as well, with regards to how people, say, manage heat, for instance. So, yeah, and then also really taking a big interest in what else we can be prescribing. People living with mental illness and diagnosed with mental health conditions or treated with psychiatric medications are obviously at much higher risk of physical health conditions, but surprisingly, they're less likely to receive the necessary medications to manage those conditions, cardioprotective medications like statins, or maybe even things like semaglutide. People with severe mental illness, the diagnostic overshadowing makes them, even though they're obviously at higher risk just by the medications they're taking, less likely to receive the co-prescribing of other things that can help attenuate those effects. So looking at how we can optimize that process as well. But again, not really my area, but I think something that can be very impactful. Okay. Finally, the area that is more my area, doing this with Simon Rosenbaum, I believe is there today, and Scott Teasdale should be there as well, producing a piece on really looking at the effective implementation of physical health interventions in the context of mental health care services. This is something that's been getting a lot more attention recently, encouragingly. It's still not delivered as part of standard care globally, and especially not in the UK. We really have a lot of enthusiasm for like monitoring people's physical health, but that obviously doesn't really change people's physical health outcomes. And a lot of the health promotions initiatives are more about just telling people how to be healthy rather than actually introducing accessible and engaging schemes as part of standard care for helping people quit smoking, helping people really, you know, take up physical activity, types of physical activity they enjoy, rather than just telling people to be more active, helping people address the dietary changes that might even be induced by the initiation of psychiatric medications, looking at these really bespoke and accessible schemes and how we can implement them in a cost-effective and clinically effective way, updating the evidence around that. So that's what I'll talk about really for the rest of this talk, just for the next 10 minutes. And in the original commission, we spoke a lot about the provision of evidence-based lifestyle interventions based on the diabetes prevention program. This is something obviously developed in the general population, which is shown to be widely effective, just as effective as metformin, in terms of, actually more effective than metformin in many trials, in terms of preventing the onset of diabetes, and something that can also be repurposed. It's been demonstrated in a number of different settings right across the world. It's also already been demonstrated that using these evidence-based principles from the DPP, which is really, you know, you can see them all in the original commission. We've gone into great detail on that. But really what it comes down to is just providing like the level of support that people actually realistically need to like really take on effective behavior change, you know, rather than just instructing people on how to, what a healthy lifestyle is. It's about just actually creating those changes in people's lives, usually in a group setting, usually with the input of exercise professionals or dietitian professionals, or basically just bringing physical health professionals into mental health care. And it's not just about telling the mental health staff, the psychiatrists, that they have to encourage people to be more active or eat better or whatever, because that doesn't really work. We've tried those type of schemes a lot. And the more you rely on the mental health staff, not because they're not enthusiastic about it, but, you know, they're often really under-resourced services, they're understaffed anyway. And then when you put these physical health or behavior change responsibilities on those people whose expertise lays elsewhere, it's not surprising when those lifestyle interventions kind of fail. So it's about integrating physical health professionals into mental health care. And that's been demonstrated a lot to work, or at least specially training, you know, introducing the expertise of physical health professionals, even if it's through the mental health staff, into those settings. So, yeah, and there's been a really good, actually, new trial on this, showing just how effective lifestyle interventions can be. This was a very good, well-designed lifestyle intervention, taking into account physical activity and diet and things like that, delivered in Dutch outpatient settings. I think maybe 200 people or something like that. A big RCT published just last month. And you can see this is in terms of body weight, which is not something that we always focus on. We are more interested in the overall, you know, benefits for quality of life, or helping people manage their mental health condition and engaging people in meaningful activities. But it's good to see that it is also really effective, even in people already taking antipsychotic medications for reducing body weight compared to usual care. So they definitely can be effective if done right. You might have already heard about this today. Probably it's been, I like to show this off around the world, but I'll guess you guys probably know it. In Sydney, the birthplace of some of the gold standard in terms of introducing exercise and diet and lifestyle into standard mental health care in their early intervention services, with Jackie Curtis and Phil and Simon and Scott and Oscar and the rest of the team there, who started very small, really, just changing a meeting room into a gymnasium. And I won't talk much about that. But then since then, the scheme's been really standardized. It's been rolled out further, and they've introduced all these different aspects of lifestyle and the benefits of that. Anyone who's interacted with that team or with those services, you know, can speak to the benefits of that. And there's a lot of published research as well, really supporting how these changes can have a big difference. And the manual for it is now, and the more details are now online. Similarly, in the UK, there's a really nice example coming from Matt Waugh and his Live More charity, which is all just about setting up gyms on mental health wards. Now, you see, a lot of mental health wards actually already do have gyms, and they'll even say, you know, we already have a gym, no one wants to use it. But look, this is a gym there. Look at that gym. Did you want to use that gym? Nobody in the world would want to use that gym. But basically, just using those same spaces, getting donations of equipment from local gymnasiums that might be turning stuff over, or just finding really cheap stuff online. They've basically got like a wish list as well of safe, effective equipment that you can kit out a gym with for very cheap. So they use these bags and stuff like that. And then we have Matt, who's a mental health nurse, but also trained in fitness stuff, delivering fitness sessions for the people in these inpatient psychiatric settings. And this has had a really tremendous effect in terms of even reducing violence in the ward. He's managed to get it going through 6 wards so far, and he's looking for, I think it's so cheap to do. He can do like 20 wards with 100 grand of funding and kit out 20 wards, and they've got this there, the permanent aspect, just changing around the decor, getting some new equipment in there, and having somebody on hand who's trained in some fitness to get people going. And this has been super effective. And we're also interested in using these interventions, not just to prevent mental health, I mean, not just to prevent physical health comorbidities, but also prevent mental health comorbidities and also help people manage their mental illness. And there's more and more evidence around how lifestyle interventions, which we've published since our last Lancet Commission, really bringing together the evidence and top tier evidence as well. This review looked at 29 meta-analyses of cohort studies, 12 Mendelian randomization studies, which is like a new epidemiological method for inferring causality from large-scale population observational data using genetic information as well. Other meta-reviews and meta-analyses, and what you can see is, again, this full report's online, but this figure really just demonstrates the amount of the lines and the thickness of the lines you can read at the bottom there represents like the amount of converging top-tier evidence that already exists in terms of these lifestyle components and these diagnosed psychiatric conditions down the middle there. And you can see there's really strong links between all of them, other than really diet, but that's just due to the lack of research funding and research. That's a really innovative field at the minute. And if you've seen the work of Felice Jack and their colleagues, these guys are really, even already this figure will be outdated because they're producing really top tier evidence for how diet is implicated in a number of psychiatric conditions. And I'm sure that that'll catch up soon in terms of where the evidence lies. But yeah, really interesting to see how that develops too. Physical activity has always been my main interest and my main field, and that's got some of the most, commonly observed links of causal relations between all of these different broad spectrum of mental health conditions. Our recent reviews on that have shown how, massive reviews, even just looking at depressive symptoms across all conditions, physical health conditions, mental health conditions, and thousands of people, moderate to large effects. We know now that exercise is just as good as other first-line treatments in the treatment of depressive symptoms across a broad range of contexts. Supervised, group-based, this is all supported by the evidence now, even when using MDD, moderately intense. You don't need to be training people up to be athletes or anything like that. It's just about helping people be more active and engage with the types of activity they enjoy. And it doesn't really matter what types of activity they do. Most of it lies with aerobic, most of the evidence at the minute, but the more research that comes out, we basically see whether it's sports, whether it's strength training, whether it's things like yoga, whatever it might be. The type doesn't really matter, but helping people to engage in these physical activities is super important, to the point where it's even now recommended by the recent World Health Organization guidelines that get a little bit overlooked because, well, they call it chronic conditions or disabilities. It's not the terminology I'd use, but it's good to see that these mental health conditions are recommended that physical activity is used in their treatment by the World Health Organization and their recent guidelines there. And just as much evidence now, the World Health Organization reckons that there's just as much evidence that physical activity is good for our minds as there is as our hearts and bodies. So as much as we're all certain that physical activity can be good for our physical health, there's just as much reason to believe it's as good for mental health across various different domains. Just even achieving 150 minutes a week, plus 2 days of strength training, which can be integrated with that. But you can, again, if people want to use these guidelines, I know that some mental health care services and people that have really managed to get hold of this. The reason why I'm bringing it up is because people have managed to use these guidelines of kind of leverage for initiating physical activity schemes in their services. Because it's still not happening. This is a really good report produced by a different group to our team back in 2019, just really bringing together like the actual provision, not looking at what the outcomes are, but just the provision of health behaviours in mental health care services. And we still do that despite all this evidence and despite all these guidelines and everything like that. There's nothing really happening on a broad scale in terms of wide integration and common integration across basically even the ones like basic ones like smoking. There's not really much offered still for people with severe mental illness or early intervention services to help people quit, which is amazing that it's not more integrated into care. One way that we're doing that in Manchester, I think I'm running out of time actually. Yeah. Should I talk about? Yeah, I've got a few minutes. The main thing that I'm doing now in Manchester is looking at how we can use digital technologies, because it's not through a lack of want why we see no integration. It's just because it's so hard to do anything in the mental health care services due to red tape, bureaucracy, and also just lack of resources. But digital tech is a good way of getting around this, I believe, and making things a bit more accessible for people. Right now, as we know, there's loads of investment and interest from companies, from research funders and everything on how we can use digital apps and things like that for treating mental health care, for treating mental health conditions. Separately to that, loads of research around how we can use digital health to promote health and fitness in the general population. But there's not really a lot looking at how we can use these health and fitness technologies and physical health technologies for people with mental illness, which ultimately will just lead to the same things that we've seen in public health initiatives and everything else, where we see great progress in using digital tech for improving the health of the general population and then excluding those who actually would need it most from the most disadvantaged settings. So we've been doing a lot about seeing how people want to use these technologies, doing a lot of data gathering. We've done a study of 500 young people, like a perspective gathering exercise, going through different types of apps, health tracking apps, health coaching apps, home workout apps. The results of that will be coming out soon, looking at how people want to use these technologies to support their physical health. And it's amazing just from looking at the results already, how many young people treated for mental illness are already trying to use these technologies. They're trying to do their health tracking. They're using YouTube videos, keep fit stuff, but you know, God knows if they're looking at something that's actually useful or just some like fitness influencer garbage. There is a lot of incentive to use this among the young people. It's not everybody, obviously, but a surprising proportion. But yet we don't really have anything to offer in terms of that yet. So we're also doing a lot around clinical implementation studies and what the clinicians have need. This is published now actually online in Early Intervention in Psychiatry Journal, looking at what clinicians think they'd need to integrate digital physical health interventions into their care offerings as well. And really that's a lot about making sure that the clinicians feel upskilled in these technologies and making sure they know what is evidence-based and what is, you know, garbage as well. We're doing some trials. We're trialing out a smoking app, which is really really widely offered through the UK already. And the best part of this, we trialed out a few different ones with young people with mental health conditions, but the best part is the clinic, where people can access in real time support from a trained smoking cessation advisor any time of day when they feel like they're going to relapse. And just to give simple, and it's a real person, there is a robot as well, but there's a real person that people can talk to just get some simple advice or inspiration to stay with it. And there's also like this dragon app, which some people have been having fun with, basically where when you quit smoking, you hatch your dragon. You don't have to do this as part of the trial. You can choose to take on the dragon or not, but you hatch your dragon on the day you quit. And the longer you quit, the stronger the dragon gets. And and you can engage in games with the dragons for distraction and things like that. So that's going quite well. In terms of health and fitness stuff, we tried out a lot of different fitness apps, the Nike Fitness app, the Fitbit Premium app. We gave them to our PPI groups who were really, you know, supportive of the technology. But even with the best tech, if you leave people with it, no one's really interested in doing it by themselves for weeks and weeks and weeks, or even a week. Within a few days, most people will just drop off, even the most interesting tech. So we've gone in a slightly different direction for this trial that's just starting at the minute. Basically bringing live exercise classes through the early intervention services. So delivered online by our team, and it's really easy to deliver because we just live stream a Fitbit Premium workout that we all select as a group, whatever people want to do. 20, 30 minutes of fitness stuff, 10, 15 minutes talking about healthy lifestyle and what we want to do in the next session. That the service user just gets a link, text to them through the phone, and they click it, brings it up, you know, Zoom, just like today, and they're there at a certain time every week. Well, they get twice a week, supervised sessions and a group discussion as well. People can leave the cameras on, join in, or they can just leave the cameras off and do it at home, or even skip the session entirely and they'll get a recording of the workout emailed to them. So we've done a few test sessions and those went quite well. So I think this could be the type of way, you know, you're keeping that person aspect, that social aspect, even in the digital world, could be a better way than just prescribing apps. But we do give people a Fitbit as well to help track their own activity and just as a bit of incentive. So yeah, I'm not sure if I've even gone over time there. Sorry if so. Just whittling away to myself, can't even see anybody or anything like that. I hope people have heard it. Thanks everybody. That's the end of my presentation. And I'm not sure if we do questions or we have a panel at the end or anything like that.
No, sorry, Joe, everyone's left. It was too boring. No, everyone's glued to their seats here. No, literally at this time of day. We don't have any time for questions, but I just want to make a comment. It's like, wow. You know, when we think about, we've talked about this, when you think about you know, you talked about the difficulty of adopting things. And a lot of this, there is a bit of lag between research and guidelines and practice. But we also think about the authorising environment. How do you get credibility in your service? And part of that is getting the chief executive. Part of that is getting the place-based expertise. A lot of that is getting consumer and lived experience experts. But the other part is having the robust evidence, you know, the bulletproof evidence. And I think really this contribution you're making in the UK and internationally is outstanding, and such a great contribution in terms of strengthening the authorising environment. So when people hear that the change, the people on the cusp of that change in this room here try to advance practice, they've got your research evidence and the research evidence that you're bringing to us today as part of that authorising environment. Say the evidence is here, it's bulletproof, this is what we need to do. So on behalf of us all here, I'd like us all to thank Jo Firth.
Thanks, everybody. See you soon. I'll just stop sharing now.
Thanks, Jo. And I know you can't see, but everyone's standing up applauding as well.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, great.
Thanks so much,
Thank you, guys.
Jo. Cheers.
Okay, see you soon. Bye.
The next speaker is Livia de Picker from Belgium, and some of our researcher colleagues might be able to talk to this about this. But you know, Belgium is a real heavy hitter for research in this area, and Livia de Picker, a bit like Jo, is a young researcher who's really on the cusp of the research and doing some really exciting stuff. And I'm hoping soon that we'll have her online. We're changing screens. Yes, we are online. So, Liv, I don't know if you can hear me, but we've given the introduction, and Lee might just text to say welcome, and it's over to you. Apologise for the delay. It's the end of the day for us. Whereabouts are you today, in what city?
Antwerp, in Belgium.
In Antwerp today. And the time there at the moment?
8:40.
Oh,
and I have to admit I'm not a morning person at all, so it's good that it's afternoon where you are. That might help.
Well, welcome, and we really appreciate you coming in at this time of the morning. And so it's over to you. Thank you, Liv.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you, and also many thanks to Equally Well for the invitation. So I'll be talking a little bit about the work that we did during the COVID-19 pandemic, and that is mostly colleagues here, healthcare workers, but also representatives of patients and families and carers in Europe, to protect patients with severe mental illness against the harmful effects of COVID-19. So here are my disclaimers. As you can see, I'm a member of some of the major European psychiatric associations like EPA and ECMP. I've also collaborated with some companies, but that is outside the scope of what I'm going to present today. So I'll be talking about 3 types of targeted actions that we've taken throughout the pandemic. So this was looking at vaccination strategies, the evidence on COVID-19 risks, and then also recommendations that we created. But obviously, I know we've all heard so much already about COVID-19, and you might be a little bit fed up with it, especially at the end of the day. So if you're wondering why we're still talking about COVID-19, it's because I truly believe that the work that we did, some of the findings that I will share, they are important and they will remain important for the mental health community, also beyond COVID-19. And I hope by the end of this talk, you'll be convinced of that as well. But so first, going way back to the early stages of the pandemic. So in 2020, already just after the first wave of COVID-19 swept across the world, is when we saw the first reports of increased risks of adverse outcomes of COVID-19 in people with severe mental illness. And this is actually thanks in large part to the existence of national electronic health records that were available in certain countries that allowed us very early on to already have data on large groups of people to establish that there was indeed an increased risk. And this would definitely not have been possible about 10 years ago. So already very early we had the evidence, and it was both evidence of increased mortality rates and also increased rates of infection in people with different types of mental health diagnosis. So obviously, when you know that there is an increased risk, you would expect policymakers to take that into account when planning for vaccination rollout plans, right? Because you remember probably in the early stages of the vaccine rollout, there was limited supplies, and most countries therefore created some kind of national vaccination strategy where they defined certain groups in society that were going to get priority access to the vaccine. So usually that was the elderly above a certain age cutoff, healthcare workers, and then also people with certain types of medical comorbidities that had an increased risk. So wondering if people with mental health disorders were also going to be represented in those categories. And we were not the first, obviously, to point out that they should be included in these plans already, I think, here in December. So this was when the first vaccine was approved in the EU. Other authors had pointed towards ethical arguments for why people with mental health disorders needed to be in the priority plans, because they have already reduced life expectancy, because they were more vulnerable because of comorbid conditions and had an increased risk of COVID. And on top of that, our own group, I work in immunopsychiatry, by the way. So this is a field of research that believes that there is an immunological role to the development and illness progression of some of the major psychiatric disorders. So obviously, with that background, we also believe that there were just scientific immunological arguments for why these patients would be more vulnerable and should be prioritized. So we investigated if that was the case, and we reviewed the national vaccine plans that were publicly in the public domain in early 2021 of 20 different European countries, and basically just took over the list of the risk comorbidities, which you can see represented here on the horizontal plane. So there is different types of comorbidities that were typically identified as risk comorbidities for adverse COVID outcomes. And then for each of these countries, wherever you see tier 1 or tier 2, this is where that country would have given priority to that kind of disorder. But then on top here, you can also see the effect sizes. So these are the risk estimates of people dying from a COVID infection as compared to someone who would not have that disorder. So quite strikingly here, you would see, for instance, chronic pulmonary disease represented in almost every country national plan as a risk priority. But the actual effect size for the mortality is lower than that of severe mental illness, which was only represented in 4 country plans. So that was these 4, the UK, Netherlands, Germany, and Denmark. That were the only countries that had any kind of provision for people with severe mental illness. And then besides that, there were a number of countries, here the ones with the stripes, that did give priority to people in institutional settings, but that was just based on where they lived. So it was not depending on any kind of diagnosis. So we believe that this is something very different from giving explicit priority to people with a diagnosis of a severe mental health disorder, in particular, because these patients do not live institutionalized in the majority of the cases. And so they are at risk, even if they are just living in the community, as most of them are. So why was it? I think it was a really striking finding that out of 20 countries, just 4 had any kind of provision for people with severe mental illness. Obviously, we've spoken with a number of policymakers about this in different countries. And I think for the most part, they were just not aware. Policymakers were not aware of these increased risks in people with severe mental illness, and that is in a large part because the representatives of people with mental illness were not at the table where these decisions were being made. And in fact, I think the few countries that did do well on this, like UK and the Netherlands, they do have a tradition, a history of very vocal and strong patient organizations in the mental health community. And I think that made a big difference in those countries. On top of that, unfortunately, we did encounter also a number of very stigmatizing or just misinformed attitudes in policymakers. So we've heard policymakers say things like most patients are institutionalized anyway, which is obviously not true. Patients cannot adhere to the COVID-19 restrictions, and so they should be prioritized because they pose a risk to society. Well, so it's good that you give them priority, but it's not for the right reason. And then others just saying that the risks were not sufficiently proven, which was also not the case at the time. But so luckily, the work that we did with publishing, the information on these vaccination plans, and we did that together with 5 major European psychiatric associations, including also GAMI in Europe, representing mental health patients, and UFAMI representing families and carers. I think that had a definite effect. We also launched a major press campaign around that with global uptake. So we have seen in the days after our press campaign a change in several countries like France, Greece, Ireland, Latvia, Austria. One after the other, they started changing their plans and then including patients with mental illness, severe mental illness in the priority groups. And to further convince those countries that were still not convinced that the evidence was really there, we also took it one step further and we ran our own meta-analysis on the COVID-19 outcomes in people with mental illness. With the information that was available at that time, so this is May 21, we compiled 23 studies looking at mortality rates, hospital admission rates, and ICU admission rates in people with a pre-existing diagnosis of a mental health condition versus someone who would not have that condition. And so overall, in a sample size of just under 1.5 million patients, we found that the risk of dying from a COVID-19 infection, if you had any psychiatric disorder before the pandemic, was double the odds of someone who would not have such a diagnosis. And so on the graph here on the right side, so this is a forest plot, you can see all the different individual studies plotted. And the way to interpret this plot is the vertical bar here represents no increased risk. So this is just equal risk for both groups, with a disorder, not with a disorder. And every little dot that goes to the right of this graph indicates an increased risk. And to the left of this vertical bar is a decreased risk. So you can see that across the 23 studies, most studies have found an increased risk in patients with a mental health diagnosis. And taking everything together, this sums up to about twofold increased odds of mortality. Even we were the first ones to then differentiate between different types of diagnosis, because obviously there are differences in different patient groups, also just at the biological level. So we wanted to know which types of patients were at most increased risk. And this was also necessary because several policymakers refused to put mental health problems as a priority group because they wanted to know which diagnosis specifically should be included there. So we split the studies up or the findings up depending on different types of diagnosis. And so as you can see here, it is mostly the people with psychotic disorders or with severe mood disorders that were at the most increased risk of dying from a COVID-19 infection. Since then, this was 1 year later, we've confirmed that same finding in a meta-review where we again compiled all the available evidence available at that time, so in 2022, where we can conclude that there is evidence of an increased infection risks in people with mental disorders, especially in schizophrenia, anxiety, or alcohol-related disorders. There is some evidence of a higher risk of hospitalization, but not in people with psychotic disorders. And there is highly, highly robust evidence for increased mortality, so increased death rates in people with mental disorders, again, in particular, psychotic and mood disorders. So it's really beyond a shadow of a doubt, they were at increased risk. There were more deaths in people with those diagnostic groups And I think we did not do enough to protect these patients, frankly. So what should we have done, or what can we still do with this information? How can we take targeted preventive actions? Well, obviously, everyone is looking at vaccines as the main way to protect anyone from adverse outcomes of COVID-19, and so did we. And then, of course, it was bad news when already in the summer of 21, there was the first evidence that there were actually vaccination lags in people with severe mental illness. So even if they were granted priority status, like in the UK, or if the vaccination supply was available for everybody, so there was no specific waiting times for anyone, still there were lower vaccination rates in people with either severe mental illness or in particular schizophrenia, despite them having more comorbidities and being more at risk. So they should have had a higher vaccination rates, but the actual observed rates were lower. And so this caused the whole debate about why this was happening and if these patients were maybe unwilling to be vaccinated. We've proven here in Belgium that that is not necessarily the case. So in our own study here in Belgium, we've seen that if you target patients where they are, if you meet them where they are and you create a vaccine program that is different from the rest of the population. So here in Belgium, in order to get vaccinated, you would get either a paper letter or a digital letter, and then you would need to click on a link and make a booking at the vaccination site, and then go to that site, which was a big space usually with lots of people running around, and you would not know anyone there. You would need to take public transport to get there. So that's quite challenging, I think, for people with severe mental disorders who may be anxious to be in big open spaces with people that they don't know, or who might not be able to take public transport or to book the vaccination slot. So what we did is that we were able to get a batch of vaccines, COVID vaccines, at the psychiatric hospital site. And then we distributed those vaccines to the patients residing in that hospital, but also all of the patients that were in the community around the hospital, being served in our catchment area, being seen by healthcare workers in our area. And they would be given that vaccine by the healthcare worker that they were familiar with, so the nurse or the psychiatrist that they were already working with for their mental health care. And doing that, we saw actually a comparable or even higher vaccination uptake compared to the general population. So it might not be so much a case of vaccine hesitancy, but rather barriers that were limiting access to vaccination in certain patient groups. And I think this really calls for a proactive approach to ensure vaccine equity. So we need to do everything that we can to remove all of these barriers. And I think we really need to involve also the existing care network of patients, not just professionals, but also families and carers and anyone that can help us to raise the vaccination rates in these patients. So we created some European recommendations, again, with different collaborating organizations. We were also part of the Equally Well global call to action, calling for actually the same types of proactive approaches. So is that the end of the road? COVID is gone, and well, it's nice that we did all this and let's get back to business. Well, I don't think so. I think it's definitely not the end, and a few things that we've learned throughout these past years we should really take with us for our future actions, because there are still a lot of questions remaining unanswered. Well, firstly, COVID-19 is actually not gone, and there are still preventable deaths happening. And still, we are going to see COVID-19 boosters being rolled out to vulnerable populations. So we need to make sure that patients with mental health disorders are on the list of the vulnerable populations that are given priority or access for free to these vaccines. And also, very importantly, we need to know why. Why are these patients more at risk? And how do we protect them from vaccine-preventable disorders? Because there is some evidence, and this is unpublished data, we've just submitted this, that even if you manage to get good vaccination uptake rates in people with schizophrenia, for instance, the vaccines, so the normal vaccination plans might not be so effective in these patients. And we've done this study together with colleagues in France and also in the United States. So we've collected a patient sample of patients with schizophrenia, schizoaffective, both inpatient and outpatients, and then compared them to healthy controls, looking at the COVID spike antibody after vaccination. So this is a way to measure how much antibodies someone has produced in response to the vaccine, which has some indication to the level of protection. We don't know exactly what is the cutoff for how much antibody you need to have to be protected, but we know in general there is a correlation between the level of antibodies and the actual protection against COVID-19 and adverse outcomes of COVID-19. So in this graph, you see in the blue the patients with schizophrenia, in the red the healthy controls, where at first, so this is the number of days after the first dose. So in the beginning, the first 20 to 40 days, it seems like both lines are mostly comparable to one another, but the further you move out, so the further time advances, the further the two lines are from one another. So this is an indication that the long-term protection is not so good in patients with schizophrenia. And if we just look at the samples that we had of patients after the second dose of vaccination, so this is in between 14 to 28 days after second vaccination. So usually it's said after the 2 doses, 3 weeks later, you're protected. Well, that is only the case if you produce an adequate level of antibodies. And the patients with schizophrenia did not have the adequate level of antibodies in our study. Obviously, this needs to be replicated in further larger studies, but I think it's hugely important because it's the first direct evidence of a possible lower vaccine efficacy in people with schizophrenia. And if we go and look at the literature of what is known about vaccine response in people with schizophrenia, that it's appallingly scarce. So there are a few studies from the 50s and 60s and 70s looking at this in different types of with different types of vaccines, but this is before DSM-3 even, and before novel biological assays that are able to accurately measure antibodies. So we really can't rely on those findings that much. And then more recently, there are some indirect studies, so for instance, showing a higher grade of breakthrough infections in people with schizophrenia that are vaccinated, which is confirming actually our finding, but it's indirect, whereas we're the only ones who've now shown that it's a biological thing. They're not producing the right amount of antibodies. So take-home messages, I think, well, people with pre-existing mental illness are at increased risk, double the odds for hospitalization and mortality. So really a proactive approach for vaccine equity is very, very necessary. And we need to really prioritize research on these infection risks and the vaccination of patients with severe mental illness, not just for COVID-19, but for any vaccine-preventable illness, because it's very likely that it's not just limited to COVID-19. And in fact, there is evidence that it's a general effect where they're more at risk of any kind of infection and not producing a proper immunological response to any kind of vaccine. So maybe they need other doses of vaccinations or a different vaccination strategy. So that is still totally unanswered, but I think it's really necessary to study this. And so for psychiatrists and healthcare workers in general, I think we really need to step up and step into our CanMed's health advocate role and collaborate with other stakeholders to bring change, because we've proven that it's possible. So yeah, I think this is my main message. And hope you enjoyed this presentation. I'm happy to take any questions if they're there.
Thanks, Liv. We've actually, I know you've got some commitments and we're running a little bit behind time. So I think if there's any questions, we'll do them online. But I think this is a great example. Earlier today, we had some research that's done people's recovery experiences. And now we're looking at your research, which is looking at antibody levels, etc., and also your advocacy at national and international levels. And part of Equally Well is a collective impact approach. And each part of this collectively through to advocating nationally, through to describing people's recovery journeys, through to the fantastic world-leading research that you're doing. All of this is part of advocating and moving towards better, improved health for people living with mental illness. So on behalf of us all at the Australian Equally Well Symposium, can we please thank Dr. Livia De Pica.
Very much.
Thanks.
And also thank you for the excellent work that you're doing.
Thanks, Liv.
Looking forward to collaborate in the future.
Yes, that would be great. Thanks, Liv. Bye.
Thank you. Thanks, Russell. That was a fantastic presentation. Thank you very much. That's the end of today's proceedings. I'm sure you're pleased about that. We're working on the air conditioning for those people who don't come from Canberra or Orange. We're working on the air conditioning. We're back here tomorrow at 8:45. And I think we've had a feast across the days with the international collaboration. So thank you, everybody.